Remnants out to safety. You see BTS's putting a lot of emphasis on mid, considering he cannot top.
It's another slight misplay coming through from Bob, though. He had the Laguna Blade available. Flame Guard was gone.
Now they can just collapse around the middle side of the map here. Even Mastos can get involved as well with the early use of the Haunt. He's got the own charges to play with as well. BDZ. Mobile with the boost, 360 movement speed. He's going to run back into 0, but gosh. He's just going to have to go for the long way. What is the distance?
The voice lines. Yeah, probably. With the gush. It's up now. Doesn't have Fisher mana.
For Radiance. Killing spree.
Who do they give it to? Alright, Q will find it.
I mean, that's the thing is this position 5 tide, all you really need is experience. You know, you want to hit up onto your level 6 as quickly as possible. Hasn't even put a single point into the Kraken shell. They're still chasing Luciano down here. Fearless is going to join in. See you later, Doom.
I just don't think you can. I was a huge fan of the Doom pickup, but I don't think you can go for. Like, Doom's not a good laner at all. I don't think you can go for a laner who isn't self-sufficient when you pair it up with the Earthshaker. Like, this is a crap laning stage support. He's not going to enable your 3. BDZ honestly really tried to do whatever he could by pulling multiple creep waves there, but he already lost top tower. Jackie's already top of the net worth. He carried them in game 1. Yes, of course, he got assistance with the Aghanims. That has to be said. But he's en route to a similar performance, and now you're even going to take a stack away.
I mean, a lot of people would be looking at the initial draft and just saying, oh, but look at how greedy they were with Motivate's draft. You know, they've gone this off-lane Spectre, but, I mean, realistically, the off-lane for Execration is probably even greedier, going for the Doom and the Earthshaker, both of whom need farm. You know, the one way to get around all of this feeding on Luciano, by the way, he's getting closed in on again, would be for him to take that gigantic stack that BTS has created down towards the tier 2, tier 3 tower. He needs it as well, right? So it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and you know, it's 9 minutes in. Last time around we saw BDZ have at least the arcane boots by this point. He's very close. He's not going to get much more than that. You still do look like you're winning the mid lane, getting the tier 1 tower for bottom. But they're looking to close in again. Cautious, sitting underneath the smoke of deceit. And they'll still get an Observer Ward for him.
Has to be said as well, Tino's going for a bit of a different build that we've seen from him on the Tiny. He's really been lacking the Rush Blink even on the position 1, which, do you feel like it's even more important for them this game, considering they don't have a way to make plays and get back in the game?
I feel like Echo Saber is still fine, because it's going to enable you to farm a little bit. You're still going to have the rest of your team kind of supporting you. So the Blink Dagger isn't majorly impactful. You can see Bob's closing in. He didn't end up using the Light Strike array. And if Basros gets away here, hopefully he should.
Got the vision. Laguna Blade from afar. It's Masters. No, okay. I mean, this game just, I don't think it gets any worse from what it is right now. So now Mastros scurries away. They'll lose RR. They're going to lose Tino as well, Radiant. They've got no extra cures. And even Mastros is going to join back in. They'll collapse onto... Yes, Tino gets their first kill of the game, but... Oh, what's it cost them? It seems like the world.
They nearly got that without losing anyone. They were charging up the finger of death there on Q. So it was nearly a perfect team fight again coming to debate. Again, like when they team fight together, they're a very can beat them, and it just feels like they're in their element with how they've been able to set up a lot of these drafts.
Alright, they've got their first kill, and Luciano getting closer to the Midas. There's little things here that's in their favor. Maybe
that is a zoom on a pause 5-tide hunter.
Oh, looks this time we'll get the kill. There's no escape if a poor old set 0. But like you were saying, that's Doom on a position 5. It does allow Luciano to finish the Midas, but instantly we see the smoke. Motivate looking to play with Q and Fearless, the duo heading to top. They might find BDZ on the retreat. On a different hero, with Luciano being in the tree line. Looks like it's going to be the
Able to cut
top.
him off here as he cuts his way out.
Bob's still nearby, but he will not provide any assistance. As Q will drop that first finger.
Jackie's a little on his own down here.
Charge and bottom lane, Jackie. Oh, he's got a decent amount of stats from all his items, but it's not going to be enough health to enable these reinforcements to come through fast enough. If they drop the Laguna Blade and we're going to help Patino. This should be the damage afterwards. Dragon save just the outskirts. I was going to say, surely it's not going to happen again.
He was damn close to getting away. I think there was about 1.5 seconds cooldown on the infused raindrops there.
Meanwhile, take a look at what they're getting though. Mastros is working on the Agadams. NGX.SEA continuing to grow, and maybe they're setting up for Luciano up. Oh.
Don't hate the Falcon Blade on the Spectre either. I feel like it's a perfectly viable item for this Spectre that needs a lot of little items to make sure that you're not just going to get bullied super early on. And Luciano, at least he was able to use the Midas. You know, small miracles coming through. It just feels like by the 17 to 25 minute mark, the Spectre's going to have much larger of an impact than
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for the Devour and Midas to really pay dividends. I feel like you're stacking for Gyro to take this. I really don't see Execration actually farming the stack. Who's going to get... Tany's got...
Maybe Bob will get a hard camp, but yeah.
It's actually gone back into the max out tree before the toss, so maybe him and Bob can together, but...
Scattered it out. Fearless is picking it. He's just saying, guys, there's stuff to be taken here. They don't have the high ground vision.
Zero. Got the Doom again, forced to use it on the tie, but at least they won't have the advantage for the team fight. They're going to try and cut it in half thanks to the horn, pushing the supports further on the backline. But in fact, it's Bob, the one that's the target. As Motivate will pivot to the Lena, gets the kill to trade the 1-for-1. They're still going to look to stick around as well.
Jackie's stack.
No, this is all
2
his.
seconds on the black cannon. Yoink.
See if there's an answer here from Execration. Sidesteps the Earth Spike, but they've already taken a majority of the stack. They might even take Doom's life as well for the cherry on top. The safety, so Tina's going to turn to burst through Jackie, but again with the Aghanims completed, very survivable. And Fearless just cuts through the Grim Shoken. Well, they're now going to get all 3 of the big creeps, so all NGX.SEA.
And that was even with them having complete vision on the high. It's finally gone away to 1, and they can get this kill onto BZ. That's pretty big because he's only 400 gold away from that Flick Dagger. He won't want to use the Echo Slam even just to try and make himself live for another couple of seconds. Pushes him further and further away from that key timing. And this is all without the Ravage, you know, that's still a big factor that they have been yet to have to play around.
What do you reckon the probabilities right now? What would you guess it to be?
Let's go 90.
Close enough.
Learn from your mistake.
Again, like, I like the Grim Script pick. And you like the Doom pick in a vacuum, but it's just...
Oh my god! Is he actually going to turn on Tino too? I'm like, hang on a second, man. Phyllis, you are... The balls are still right now. He's already called like. It's 15 minutes in.
Hasn't even looked to put anything into the Talons either. And, well, now he does. Flame Guard Absorption. Makes him so hard to kill right now. Going into the BK being next. Loving this item build coming through from Fearless. Good mix of being able to farm as well as great team fight prowess.
They might catch Bob out.
Around on Bob a little bit here.
Movement speed's going to be the issue here. Bob's out to the safety of the tree line. Just go for a quick TP. Astros doesn't even want to chuck out the dagger for the vision, so they will be slightly to mark there with a kill, but maybe they look to transition this into an objective. They've got the catapult wave and the ultimates at the ready, but Jackie still feels like he needs some farm at the moment, not looking to connect with the team.
Now, this is the issue, because Set Zero, with all this time, you know, you put a lot of focus onto him. He's now finished up a hood for himself. So even if you do, if he does actually need to look to try and commit a little bit further on, there has been a lot of magic damage coming from the follow-up that's been taking him up.
I'm really liking this tied 5.
Yeah.
a lot about the lanes, but it doesn't really matter how defensive you are, or survival, I should say. Tom points out, they got to position 1 for execration. Just instantly, the global presence from Mastros, and they're even stalking Luciano behind the secret shop. They recognize there's no assistance behind him, thanks to their vision advantage, and beyond godlike on Fearless, the only thing they're kind of lacking is some ways to minus armor down Roche. 2 points to Gush. We'll see if this is enough. Maybe the DD as well to help out.
Corrosion as well, going to do a nice little bit there. And of course, you've got Jackie, who's just very armed, so that'll definitely assist. It's still super early on, so Roshan hasn't got super beat just yet. Now, without looking, Polaris already did, but how many deaths did you use the other pants?
8.
For radiant forces.
Not good. They're going to go maybe for a Hail Mary play here, but Roshan's down. He probably had about that 5-second window to maybe go in.
Look at this Dire completely control the area, Bob. The BKB, so at least they'll have the Doom now. Not to be used on the Tide Hunter, Jackie. Hiding them out to the moment. BDZ is going to look to be on the blink as well. So what happened previously in game 1 with BDZ's reveal. So
nice double do.
Fire couple now with the backline of Doom. It'll force away and still motivate, but they didn't have this stun. So they'll turn back, cleaning off the line, but now with the respawn, Jackie, he's feeling powerful enough, recognizes that all the ultimates are on cooldown. A perfectly placed visible hold back the Gyrocop, though giving Tino a little bit of time to get to safety, but this is in trouble. The machine gun from Bob on the high ground will get a big kill on the Ember. So execration, some silver linings here, showing that they can still continue to take some team fights when they are behind. They can also get the kill on Mastros as well. This will be a good chunk of experience to go. It'll cost some BDZ, unfortunately, thanks to the reflection.
Oh, that dispersion just being so annoying to play against. You're like, great guys, I got him. Didn't even need to use the Echo Slate. Wait, where's the life? It's gone. Little odd by Fearless again. Like, they had vision on that high ground right to the north of where Tino is right now. It only was up for about 4 seconds, but when you're walking up onto that high ground, it just meant that Fearless, he had the ability to re-engage, but wasn't able to make the most of it. What's that done to the win probability? Oh, it's only 94% now.
Oh, double. Do pretty similar in game 1, honestly, where they take the fight with the on reveal from the Earthshaker. Instantly get rid of the Aegis advantage, hold mid lane as Fearless. Got Flame Guard. Oh no, just shy. Still, maybe the Flame Guard expires. Is the absorption now not available enough to get the kill? It is. Simultaneously, a Ravage with the finger combined burst through Bob.
Is under attack.
First Ravage as well, 19.5 minutes into the game. It's just how much attention Set Zero has been able to put onto himself. He still ended up losing Fearless, but I think you're happy to do that trade if it's for the opponent's mid laner, and you also end up getting that tier 2 tower. To secure this outpost in time with 2 heroes taking it, so denying some experience away from Execration. Experience lead sitting at about 4 levels across the board. Very healthy right now for Motivate Trust. Very close to picking up that Satanic as well on Jackie. So even without that Aegis, he's going to be able to stand and fight very effectively.
Radiant going double. Okay, never mind. Tiny just switched up. He had Silver's Edge queued. He's going to go BKB into the Moonshot. It still will at least be Bob with the Silver's Edge queued. So having this available, tapping up top Tino. With the Mastros battling it out and pushing for Tino, there's no escape. He'll just look to do as much damage as he can before he dies. Simultaneously on the backline, Fearless combined with Q will deal with both the supports of Execration. A 3 for 0. Completely unscathed they are for Dire.
And they're able to just go straight back again on Masaros. You know, he's got the Dragon Scale, he's able to earn himself up. Even got given a salve over by Set Zero there, so things looking really good for Motivate Trust right now. And the thing is, that Shadow Step only a 30-second cooldown, so you can kind of play the same role that Q did in game number 1, and whenever he does play the Dawnbreaker, just play it right with the rest of the team, look to haunt in and constantly be farming.
Tower is under attack.
Jackie still as well as top of the net worth. I mean, 7-1-7 along with his position too is having an exceptional game. Of course, it's without the the Alchemist to amplify that net worth, but it's just showing that Jackie, one of the best carries in Southeast Asia, his farming patterns always on point when he can recognize the show up to these fights, and that's going to be even more enabled now with the Satanic completed.
I wonder if they're going to look to go in on Luciano again, because he still doesn't have that BKB, and I feel like you just need to constantly punish him. He's holding on to a lot of unreliable gold right now, so the smoke's coming up. They are going to maybe go through mid lane, but yeah, they're just beelining it for Luciano. Luckily enough, he gets the TP away, but he is still farming underneath the creep wave, so if they wanted to, they could have Masteros look to Shadow Step in. Hell, he's even got the horns available.
Team Smoke's not connecting on the map. They don't have an objective at the moment down bottom, so Execration looking to find their second tier 1 tower, but instantly here come the TPs. The horns as well. That was just a Shadow Chef and back from Masteros, trying to push back Bob Setio. Has to use it very early damage, but at least it pushes away the rest of the team to be able to protect Tino on his lones himself from the tower, who'll get no assistance. Bob's out to safety, but it's not going to matter. I mean, you just see what can happen. The Spectre cuts out the fight.
Oh, Fearless. He wouldn't solo this, would he?
Seems like he might, in fact. He's got no remnants to play with, but Arcane Rune really enabling this consistent uptime in the slide. Bob's going to try and cut down Q. Might be forced to pop the BKB to get out of safety. Yeah, we're going to see that have to come into play here.
Got a blade?
Bob should be okay.
Haunts are not. It was another good soulbind as well, but unfortunately for Luciano, he just went down too quickly. At least now, with the use of that Midas, he was able to finish up the Black King bar, so at least he can look to stand and fight in a lot more of these team fights, and boy, do Execration need
some miraculous team fight, which can definitely come out from an Echo into a double Doom potentially. It always feels like a lineup with a Tiny. You can somehow get a toss back deeper inside the base and go from there. There's plays that we have seen able to bring teams back in thanks to the force reposition, the Magnus, the Tiny. So we'll see what Tino can do, but this is all without the blink, so it's not going to be easy.
Bob a little bit here. He was farming for a second or two. I love the fact that they've essentially, like, I don't know why, I guess wanting to protect their outpost a little bit, just denying the experience lead away from Execration. So that's where all the vision is right now for Motivate Trust. And again, you've got the Spectre, right? So he can always just look to use the Shadow Step, pick off any targets. It means that effectively a support can't go down there because, Shadow Step now with a level 18 Spectre plus the Spirit Vessel, it's going to be enough to pick off whoever goes down here. Bob will be able to live, but wouldn't want to be anyone else.
Yeah, now we're getting to the stage where Spectre can start scaling with his items. We were kind of speaking about the progression that we might see come out from after the Spirit Vessel into the Agnums, and it looks like it's going to be the Manta style here for Masteros. So you're not only having to go up against the Ember and the Gyrocopter, who are incredibly farmed compared to their counterparts, but now also the Spectre as well, who, I mean, surprisingly, in regard net worth from position 2 and position 3, so it's relatively close, but it feels like the impact those Spectre is going to be able to provide will be very difficult against Earthshaker in particular.
I mean, the main differential right now has to be like what Jackie's providing versus what Luciano's providing. I know they're playing different roles, but that's like a 4K advantage right there between the two of them, and I think that's the key difference. It feels like Jackie's just an item ahead at all stages of the game because of how effectively they're able to play around. Even just when he is on the bottom side of the map, you're playing a Gyrocopter, right? So you want to use that extra vision to maximize the effect of the Black Cannon hitting onto as many camps as possible. Even you just see, like, whenever Set Zero is walking around the jungle, he makes sure to park himself right in front of these creep camps if Jackie's off towards the side, so that you're maximizing the Gyrocopter's farm, but also acting as a bit of a protective role.
They coming out to try and take a smite. Smoke drop.
Ross is just standing up to the side.
Instantly the vision that they're able to find. Jump off simultaneously down to the southern. behind both BDZ along with Luciana. So again, both the supports caught with their pants down, and Tino looking to join them as well. They try and hide out through the invis, but they've already got the detection set up and ready to rock and roll, as Tino just has to rely on the potential toss back to safety, but Q will give him no opportunity.
Bob, ironically, the safest place for him to be is on the other side of the map. He knows, look, if they're constantly going to try and gank us, we got to get the farm wherever we can. Although, walk up into where his own vision is. A lot of boys nearby, though. The Blink Dagger was just used by Set0, and at least he'll be able to deward this. So again, a lot more information taken away from Execration, a lot more potential for this Spectre to have impact. Yep, there's the Shadow Step.
Masaros actually going to jump on the backline. They're going to be cautious with Luciano at the moment. Set0, he doesn't give a damn about the Doom. In fact, if they can bring him through before the ultimate is committed, then they are A-okay to continue on for more. And we just see Spectre. You jump out the horn instantly. They have to disperse away from the area. The chaos provided, and you can't take. You cannot take chaotic fights on Execration.
This is why, like, the draft, I was like, oh, Grimstroke, okay, that's going to be pretty effective, but like, you just see what happens, you know, when you're going this Grimstroke, even as a position 5, he's gone into the Aether Lens, but like, how do you run? Every single time on him, he's just been food. Even if he gets a Phantom's Embrace on him, you don't really care on Masaros. They're just going again.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, the cooldown
you either needed more farm by having this be a position for Grimstroke, or you needed to go hyper defensive, because always against an Ember Spirit, against a Spectre, it's going to be a pretty significant factor. And see, like, a Glimmer Cape isn't a great item because, you know, they can just carry a dust and nullify it. So it needs to be like, I don't know, a Ghost Scepter or a Force Staff or something. Just being able to provide yourself with that little bit of extra space so that you can get off this combination with the Doom and the Soulbind. They're going to try for it. Smoke coming up here. Not with Tino, though.
And look at the positioning from Set0 around the ward. But they're going to miss that field. They might catch him, and they will. Baiting the Arcane, but it looks like Motivate's still going to look to take the fight. He can buy back to rejoin. Execration lost one. They're going to make it a second as well, as Bob's caught out of the reroll. The finger to zap him through all the health pool, and now the look for BDZ is out to safety, but they have to ward on the high ground.
Not again.
Down by the bottom jungle as Tino's getting stalked. Q is either going to make the pincer move thanks to the beautiful TP location, and Tino evaporates from the damage.
No Doom now as well. Like, again, it's all on BDZ, and he might be able to land, you know, a multi-man Echo Slam. And they won't have the follow-up. You know, Luciano's not going to be able to do anything on his own. He's just stuck in the enemy side of the map, farming small camp right now, hoping to try and get that Blink Dagger up as quickly as possible, so that, you know, at least you can maybe have that surprise factor with the Soulbind Doom, but not happened just yet. Hunting for some of those tier 3 items as well. You can see he's actually holding on to the Blast Ring himself. He's tired of dying. 10 deaths so far for this dude.
BDC is tired of dying as well. It's a tough series for Execration. The low bracket match versus Motivate. They had an incredible series versus SMG where they almost knocked them down. A couple costly mistakes, and you see just heading into another day with the stand-in, unfortunately. The lanes being a...
Yeah, he TP's on back, but he's just been spending his entire time standing inside the fountain. Like, the rest of the heroes weren't ready to fight. Tiny only just respawning. You might be able to get the surprise use of the buyback on the Earthshaker, but you probably don't want to do so with the seconds left. In the meantime,
like that. No buybacks. I mean, you don't want to call it with your tournament lives, but they might be forced to do so. Mega Creeps, the probability to come back, minimal at best. T4 Power is now the only things left standing. You see, again, what Masaros can give them. Tino is caught outside the base. If he goes down, he doesn't have a buyback available. They'll probably call it with his no life. Meanwhile, inside the base, just more real estate being claimed. This will motivate a stellar series. It's on the back of BDZ. Try and get the jump in. Echo followed up by the Doom. Jackie. Can he retreat, or does he actually look to just stand his ground and man fight? He's relying on the passive life steal at the moment, which is not enough, but looks like the rest of the Motivate, they've got the damage. It doesn't even matter without the Gyrocop. In fact, he can also just buy back and look to rejoin. As Execration, the heroes are in shambles, their lives instantly falling.
Yes, I will hope.
Still not gonna tap out just.
I think you actually lost Luciano. I'm not sure about that voice line there. Nice little bit of BM with they made focus onto the gyrocopter creep that he was boots traveling in onto. He wasn't able to immediately join and end the game. They're just going to go back to Roche, and yeah, this one's over. Bob calls the GG. Another 30-minute victory coming through from Motivate. It really feels like that's their strong point, around the 40-minute mark before someone's able to get coming from the team. No one really stood out as like the key playmaker. It was just a fantastic team.
And it feels like that can often be the case for Motivate, like we saw in game one. Like everyone.
Invisibility!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Double kill! Dominating! Not the generals. Double kill! Killing spree! Double kill! Its middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is Radiant's middle tower is under attack. must be to rise again. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill!
It was your own.
Double kill! Killing spree! Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not for myself, but for the cause.
Killing spree! Radiant's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Double kill! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Survived the eruption.
Think of it as a new
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks. Monster kill! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Unbelievable! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more. Radiant's bottom barracks is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Regeneration. Balance the scale.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wanted that.
The Radiant glyph is now active. Radiant should look to their top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire should look to their bottom tower. The Dire scan, on the hunt for Radiant forces. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Is that clear? Yes.
Thanks.
Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
New treasures.
Radiant is the top tower. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's top tower is in danger. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Middle tower. Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is no more. Dire's bottom tower is in danger. Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Such mimicry!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Grump!
The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Regeneration!
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Radiant should look to the top tower. For enemy. Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. Radiant's top tower is in danger. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Damage!
Kingly bounty.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
on a loyal war.
Balance the scale. Killing spree! Unbelievable!
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Speed of the fight. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Weave your fate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. The Dire Glyph is now active. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Killing spree! Unbelievable!
The next label plays.
Double kill! Mega
Normally. level 8.
Dire should look to their top tower.
Leave the mischief to the children who comes.
Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree.
Lakad mo to! Normally.
Wicked sick.
You suffer, fool.
With gratitude.
Regeneration.
Monster kill. This is
Look to their bottom tower. Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
godlike.
The next level play. Next level play.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
next level play, next level play.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Normally.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Double damage.
Killing spree.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Someone raised Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Bow to Lee.
Normally.
I'm off the endangered list.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Holy shit! Footage!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
Mega kill!
Unbelievable is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
The next level play, next level play.
I don't know
Next
what
level play, next level play.
Worthy tribute.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
I'll take your tribute.
Lakad mo to! Normally! Lakad mo to! Normally!
Dire's middle tower is low.
Come get me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Bottom tower is low. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Normally!
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Holy shit! Cargo! Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant victory! Money changes hands.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
The Dire scan. On the hunt for Radiant forces.
Fortune's changed.
That's a strange manner of conduct.
Slowly starting to close into the Agnons, and the Vengeful Spirit very desperately needs.
Dire's whereabouts.
But yeah, I was saying that I just like how Polaris are warding around the mid area, because the crossroad Spirit Breaker, if you want the charge top, charge bot, he's got to go through mid more than likely. And having sentries and observe wards controlled around the area really mitigates that factor.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't really felt quite as much of Jokamp's effect this game. Of course, he doesn't have the easy arrow with the likes of, you know, a Mars or a Sand King or anything like that, but it feels like he's playing a little bit more of this lane shoving style of game. His network is pretty good.
Some trouble here. He's got the units available for the static storm. So I don't want to load up from this shit. Even in your dreams going to look to get involved as well with the help of the Ravage, but Nico's preemptively charged up the Rolling Thunder, so they get nothing out of the Tide ultimate. Going to face the troll head on. He can't even get any opportunity for the ultimate out. It's Polaris, another 3 for 0. And that's even finally into the troll warlord.
Nicely done. He doesn't have his BKB finished yet, still about 1100 gold away. Didn't have Jokam there at that fight. Spirit Breaker as well wasn't a factor. I liked the fact that he saved the Yule Scepter for towards the end of the Static Storm, because obviously the damage does ramp up for the Disruptor ultimate. But it did mean that Natsumi was able to close in time and get the Static Link onto him before he was put up inside the Tornado. So, you know, you got a lot of stolen damage through from the Static Link, and again, Mac just pops off in that team fight again. He easily has the most damage done this game.
Yeah.
He's just everywhere on the map right now.
Even with the
levels ahead. 3 levels ahead of the Void Spirit.
This is, I mean, we've been seeing the praises for Alacrity through pretty much all the games we've seen from Galaxy Racer so far. But this one's not the case. You know, like you're saying, three levels behind, 3-3 KDA. And it's all the Mac show right now. Do you feel like that's going to get any different? Like, will the answers eventually come through from Galaxy Racer?
I mean, it's got to be KD. Ravaged used that time, but Natsumi was able to use that 9-second BKB to dodge out the vast majority of it. He's in trouble as well.
Drag back. Try and play around with the leaps, but of course there's no escape. Will delay for as long as possible, so Mac one step closer to the godlike streak that he'll soon to have, and Polaris, I think they can get Mizu here. What's he opting for? Him to be a BKB. Okay.
I appreciate it. You know, you're constantly going to be the target for the Rolling Thunder, for the Glimpse in a lot of these team fights. It essentially forces them to have to use the swap on you, and I feel like still for Boomy, the swap needs to be used as a defensive.
Let go of the pressure.
Damage is a big part of their team fight in terms of damage. It just doesn't feel like he's been enabled to have that effect.
Smoke, don't run into Polison. Mac dodges the arrow, so Razor has to eat it point blank. Polison still looking for the kill on the back line. Meanwhile, Nico's able to follow up here with the Rolling Thunder. Beautiful use of the chain lockdown is not enough, as Alacrity gets 1 second out to safety. So window was enough. They still do kill off the Mirana. But they're not leading this into any objectives on Polaris. Maybe they can swing to top where they've got the lane shoved out. Troll.
Either Dream's actually going to come up here and has to be a little bit careful.
He just flying BKB. They can dive him under the tower. They'll just choke away all his damage, so he has nothing he can do. And they'll use the ultimate, but in your dream, that's a questionable TP to say the least.
Whenever no one's showing on the map, you always be a little bit careful about where you're looking to commit that TP. So, big loss for them. Also takes away some of that extra Roche potential that they still do have. You know, the Tide Hunter, he's got the 4 points.
That's another pick-off. They're crumbling right now. They're looking to try and kick that bottom. They've got to be perfect. Natsumi's pretty tanky. BKB, Sanjin, he's pretty close to the tower, so instant rotations apply, but they had the opportunity. The status resistance caught him off guard. Polison will make it away. Piranha will join him as well. The question is, can Alacrity? All the ultimate charges on cooldown, and Mac will block off the escape avenue. There is no retreat whatsoever. They're even trying to give Nico the tip as well for the Pango. What a performance they're having from Polaris throughout the mid game.
Yeah, I still feel like Nico got way too much out of that lane. A big part of why Mac is having such a good game, while he was 2 levels ahead in the laning stage against the Void Spirit, level 9 versus level 7, is that Boomy just straight up left the lane. I think they kind of sacrificed it and said, you know what, this lane's probably not going to go as well as we were hoping for. We gave up that first blood to In Your Dream. So, you know, let's just go back, let's look to make up some stacks at both the ancient camp and the hard camp, but instead, he still only died the one time in the laning stage. So I feel like it was a big opportunity to erase it, because they certainly didn't get any weaker with this Tide Troll Warlord combination.
I wonder if they could roast with the DD. Looks like Mac's just gonna claim this one, so they're maybe looking to fight off the back of it, and yep, smoke up on 3. And he does have the blink reveal, but with Ravage on cooldown, that's not really the reveal you're looking for. Get him out to safety at least with the quick fingers, but maybe if CML could cut him off here, recognizing that it has to just run as far away to the western side, but still this long range catch in the glimpse, 1800 range is too much for him to bear.
A little bit as well, and why not? You know, you've got the Eye of the Storm that's zapping in onto Roche, you've got the Disarm from the Pangolier, and even the Vengeful Spirit's going to enable you to take it pretty effectively alongside the Orb of Corrosion. So even just sidestepping, allowing Jokam to hit Roche just for that little bit of extra stuff. Thank you very much.
His fighting prize.
How close are they? Alright, Alacrity's now just going Ags. Feels like he needed more survivability with a Kyre and Sunge.
Precious bounty. Precious bounty.
Is there an item?
Blindness to Mac as well.
Yeah. Is there an item timing that you feel is going to be the importance here for In Your Dream? Like, what are we looking for on the troll to really give him a time to team fight?
Honestly, like, a Blink Dagger is what I want to see from him. Just to be able to finally get it onto these backlines, pop his BKB, take out the supports, and then hopefully the rest of the team are able to follow you into the team fight, notably Paulson with a Blink Ravage. Into the Basher first. I definitely want to see a Blink Dagger after that.
We're just getting multiple kills across the map. Mac even catching up the Mirana up top, so just freebies left, right, and center. So you feel like it's the Void Spirit and the Spirit Breaker, they don't have the tools to deal with the supports? Because I felt like that would have been their role to do that job. He's just actually charging in to make the attempt to find a kill. It's taken them a while throughout this game. Nico still with the chain control. Once again, man, this Pangoli, we haven't seen him in position 3 for quite some time, but see what he can do with some of the farm priority.
I mean, yes, again, like, oh, not again.
Okay,
kind of similarly to what we saw in the previous game between Motivate, Trust, and Execration. The Doom was a good pick, the Grimstroke was a good pick, but not against that lineup, and not with how the game had gone, because, again, the bottom lane probably should have gone a little bit better. Mid lane was impacted heavily because they didn't punish that bottom lane, and now you've got Mac who's 5 levels ahead still of Alacrity.
And you also got Mizu, who's going to end up forcing once again, unless he can survive until charges up. That's not going to be the case. And with the Spirit Breaker 4 deaths, it's
I mean, despite this feels like much more than a 3K net worth.
Yeah.
Like, Jokam's getting a lot out of the match, let's say that at least. And even though he's died a few times, Mizu has caused a lot of attention to be paid over to him. Jokem, he's not doing his cause any good by dying for the 7th time, really involved in 2 kills up to this point. Basher's been picked up now by In Your Dream. I still really want to see a Blink Dagger. It feels like you need to take out the supports, the supporting cast. Is going to be able to find him in time? I don't think so. Your Scepter is just a couple of seconds off cooldown there.
I think the Abyssal Blade is what they're looking for on Troll. I mean, In Your Dream has been getting a lot of farm.
But how do you get in?
Yeah. performance. Gravity off the back of the team to provide that capability. Swap the safety on Natsumi. Ravage gonna fly. Could be got four. Maybe this is the fight they can look for off the back of a huge Ravage into Dream. He's locked onto Natsumi, and it's not gonna matter. The static link constrained all his damage. They've only dealt with the first life, and that's all they'll get. As Troll's down, Mizu will join him in the afterlife as well. Alacrity's gonna attempt the TP. But the cancel is there thanks to the yours. A triple for Mac, continuing his dominant performance in this game one, and he'll look to make it an ultra kill as well.
18, 0, and 6 on this Ember Spirit at the 28.5-minute mark of the game. He's had what? Quick maths, but like over an 80%, like 85% skill involvement this game for Polaris. He is going bonkers, and you couldn't really ask for too much of a better engagement there if you're a Galaxy Racer. But again, it was 60 ages. Maybe the team fight goes a little bit better if is he going to die here? Nope, just able to dodge it out. If Razor doesn't have the age, you know, and you're able to actually fight with a one-man advantage, but just with the 2 lives, it was way too much for them to deal with.
I don't think that would be better than anything. It was kind of cute. The charge bash back into the arrow, but nonetheless, will be a full set of barracks claim mid. You see, like, Polaris have 2 decent anti-carries. Definitely the Razor against the Troll, but Eco as well is having quite the performance. I mean, 2 and 13. I think Mac's in trouble. Eco's actually going to look to jump in. Like, Troll, that was the best opportunity we're going to see for him in quite some time. And honestly, this game for 30 minutes where he'd have some impact off the back of a Ravage like that. But if you static link him, his fight is completely done. Done and dusted. He's got no impact afterwards. So, I mean, that's
why I was one of the Maelstrom, you know, right? Like, at least you can do something. Fights. Mizu gets caught again, arrow in onto the Razor, but you can't feel confident to take a team fight when you don't have this Ravage available. I feel like they're just going to continue to get onto the high ground. A little bit careful here in your dream. What's available
they're trying to force the BKB.
Oh, please. Is here.
Trying to find the vision. They might get it out of the wave of terror. Still low shot protecting him for quite some time. Doing it best to force it, but he hasn't popped it just yet. Ravage is now at the ready as well, but I feel like they need every single hero if they're going to take a successful team fighter. With Mizu down, I'll just look to read that.
Saving up his gold still on the Troll Warlord. Oh, will he go Sanjin Yasha? I mean, it's not horrible. It gives you a little bit of extra movement speed, gives you that status resist that you're going to need to be able to, you know, withstand chains and the bash, the stuns coming out from the Pangolier, but I'm still on the board of needing a Blink Dagger here for Troll. Either that, or just do what Execration attempted in that first series against Motivate Trust. You have to try and wrap around and catch the backline somehow. I feel like just walking up into this Ember Spirit and Razor is suicide, and well, to their credit, Polaris have never allowed them to. You know, they're never just obviously revealing on the map.
Flash for the Spirit Breaker. Nice swap back, early use of the BKB. And they're going to lead an opportunity to get back to safety. Another solid Ravage, but where's the Troll? A glimpse inside the base in your dream. He didn't want to use an early BKB, and it completely forces a wasteful Ravage there. He's at least been able to lock onto one, but the Bashers are lacking damage. Just almost lacking a kill off the Disruptor, but now in they go. Mac using the advantage he's got with the 19-0 performance. They're going to have to hope and pray for an incredible defense here to bring them back in this game one, but it seems like it's all Polaris at the moment. Maybe Alacrity with the Aghanim's reveal.
The arrow.
It's a lot of damage. That's a big arrow. Tube arrow. Once you connect, if they can get the chain lockdown, which they will be able to, Mac has fallen. Now they've also found the Venge afterwards. So Galaxy Racer. Okay, fighting 4. A nice fight for them. The Avenue's back in.
Yeah, it's the one mistake that Max basically made the entire game, and it's a big one. You know, daytime, he had ages to see that arrow was coming, but instead wasn't able to sidestep it. You got the good follow-up with the Alacrity there. Was he the one? No, it was actually In Your Dream that got the 10 times kill streak there. So 850 gold being pumped into the Troll Warlord gives him a small opportunity now. holding on to 3,000 gold as well to go for.
And that's
I don't think you can expect an arrow like that to happen again.
No. That's a big swing though. About 3k experience is about 9k. So maybe getting some heroes to the level 20, which the Void Spirit's there at the moment. Extra burst. Mizu as well, just hitting the Charge of Darkness movement speed. So we'll see what they can do. On Troll?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's okay against the Razor. Like, maybe you could put some faith in the rest of his team to try and take him down, but you're still going to need to wait for the BKB to be used, and Natsumi is tanky as hell. He's got a Satanic and an AC.
You feel like they need damage on Raid? Like that's like damage and control. And I thought the Abyss would give him that. If he didn't go that, then a damage route. So seems like he wants some more. Oh no.
He's doing 25 as well.
And just misses the reset. Alacrity. Well, he's out to safety. Paulson won't have the same fate. They're actually still looking to stick around. He'll get the Ravage in your dream. Trying to keep the man fight, but they're cautious because Natsumi's still choking the troll while the drive can put a lock onto his opponent, but a force up back to safety. So they're broken the link in your dream. He still wants to try and take the man fight, but the defensive swap means he's blocked on towards Pinkly. The troll is just tickling the Razor at the moment. Is it going to be enough power now once the BKB expires? They'll bring the troll down. Next on the chopping block is Mizu. Got vision, there's no escape at the moment for the Spirit Breaker unless he can rely on the charge.
It's going to... Watching Matt fly around these team fights is nuts. You know, he's level 25, so he's got the minus remnant charge restore time, and he even has the refresher orb as well. So just able to instantly get back to those 5 fire remnants once he's used them all, and he was able to just dive across the entire map through the use of that Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, it was a decent battle trance, but it was after he had already had 124 damage taken away from him, I believe. So it wasn't as impactful as I'm sure he would have liked.
I mean, we've said it through the entirety of the game, but Troll's not going to have a team fight if he's been static linked. So I don't know what to do against that. How many forces you got? You got one on the Mirana. Polison's going to one as well. You have to play off the back of destroying static link and then fighting after that. If you're going to drop Ravage and then go into the fight and try and kill off the Razor, I mean, he now has second life, which is, it doesn't matter. But regardless, he's got 3,100 health. I think there's so many conditions that need to be met for Galaxy Race to win a team fight, and it's so rare that it's going to happen. Like, you need to not get static linked for more than seconds. You also need to make sure that you can pop the BKB on the Razor, and Max somehow needs to be locked in place somehow when he's effectively got 10 remnants that are also going to be refreshed for every single kill that he's got. Swap back, instant stun lock. They're going to have to hope and pray that he can get anything off, but they won't be able to. He's going to buy back available for in your dream, but now with the backline, we see what Mac can do on the Emperor. We've got 2 remnants available, so Raken's going to look to jump, but the instant use of the BKB, he's got Boomy on the outskirts as well to be able to protect him, and Nico's going to fly on forward as well, relying on the U-turn. Not fast enough to control Alacrity, but they have at least dangled their lives to force the buyback on In Your Dream. Nico's still in trouble. He's going to look for the roll to the TPR. He will be successful, along with the rest of the reset from Polaris.
Solid performance coming out for Polaris right now. 20k net worth lead, able to bait out abilities very nicely, save their teammates without committing too far with their own lives as well. So
Never refuse gold.
everything's going right for them. That wasn't a Ravage used, but it was the buyback on the Troll Wall. So you lose one more team fight on Galaxy Racer, and your hope is gone.
I mean, this is desperate.
They're going for the all-out play. They have to.
Are scanning for enemy.
Max the one. If you can catch him out, he's still got 20 seconds left on that BKB. For haste, though, your chain lock needs to be perfect. And he's going to be on the high ground. Oh my god. How lucky can you be?
You might actually just have to play around the triangle now with your ward. It's either the triangle or bot by the outpost. You have to live and die by your ward and hope that they walk up mindlessly into this area. But In Your Dream showing, and they still have the tier 1 bot if they want to set up.
Move. side as well. Take it. Okay. I mean, he's Mac, right? Ugh. Disgusting. He's going into the Gleipnir as well.
Has he got
He
him?
didn't have control before.
Still, they've re-smoked. Oh, the illusion bait. Okay, they caught up Boomy. They'll try and deal with the illusion early. And with the backline as well, Troll. He's getting kited at the moment, Nico. Prioritizing dealing with In Your Dream. Refresher pop Mac. Trying to create as much chaos as he can, but they're just split away from Galaxy Race so they can get with the Polaris Sun. No Ravage opportunity. Early use of the BKB, which swap him back to safety. Max still in trouble. Great use for Remnant. They just have no catch at the moment. They're locked into the Troll, and that's all she broke. This Polaris, a masterclass performance in this game one, taking it 39 minutes in.
Nicely done. And, I mean, they almost did it perfectly there. Another great swap, though, coming out from Boomy. I thought his game was underrated as well. Of course, Mac was the one with all the flashy plays, but just to be able to save his teammates twice.
The next label play. Next label play. Easiest money of my life.
30 seconds and counting. Those who bear witness will not soon forget that which transpires. First blood is on the ground, and we're already looking for more.
Denied! No! Oops, what's that mean? all the same to me. Oops, what's that mean? What's that mean? Stupendous!
Fortune's changed.
Kidding me?
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Lakad mo to!
Normally.
Huzzah! Glorious thanks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Lakad mo to!
Normally. The next level
Houses which literally price. I'm over here. Here I am.
There is little hope for Dire's middle township.
Never. Oops, was that me? Oops, was that me?
Dire must choose.
Whenever they picked up the tiny. Have we seen Inyadri played at all?
Not that.
we have.
No, not that I remember.
Joker played it a lot when it was viable as support, but it really does feel like core or bust right now.
Yeah,
Dire's turn to pick.
are you a fan of the support Tiny? I'm really not right now.
Tide hunter.
It's hard to say because we haven't seen too. Rarely see the real Tiny as well, but no, I think it's fine. I mean, Alacrity's shown time and time again he's able to play this hero to a very high level. The last pick for Mizu wasn't quite as impactful as I'm sure they were hoping this time around, so I wonder if they might even look to change things up a little bit and give someone else the last pick overall. Good team fight though. Or for Polaris, they've got the flexibility as well to shift this Tide Hunter to being the position 5. We've seen CML do it a couple of times, but perfectly comfortable on it as well.
I feel like this early Tide is slightly enabled because of the... I've been a huge fan because we saw in China that Tide was getting played a lot from like old 11, XXS, the potential where these position 3s just have so much prowess on playing the Tide Hunter. They play it at an exceptional level, and then we were seeing the first phase Tide answered by the Monkey King. I'm like, okay, now you're going against a horrible matchup. What do you do? So firstly, the Galaxy Racer, they pick Tiny, so if they pick Monkey King now, you're showing Tiny's mid, and then you're going for both your position 1 and position 2, which you can't do. And then even if you pick Monkey King, you put the Tide on the 5 because the flex. So it feels like this hero is pretty solid first phase material right now.
It is. The one counterpoint I would have to say to what you just said, though, is that if you pick the Monkey, you could still flex it to 4 if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even revealing absolutely everything. They've gone with the Grimstroke to combo together as well. I wonder, like, the most success that we've seen with the Grimstroke is against, obviously, like, these huge right clickers that just enormous, and you're going to get insane value out of the Dark Portrait. We've only really seen it as a position 4 have a ton of value, and as well, if you've got the heroes to combine it together with in the laning stage that have a way to easily get that ink spell off onto targets. We've seen it probably best with Lycan Wolves, but also Weaver. Of course, Weaver's banned out. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw Polaris look to get rid of the...
Is it a hero that we haven't really seen Mizu play a whole lot though? Galaxy Racer. Mizu's got such a wide hero pool for a person who, just recently moved into the position through. I say recently, it's been quite some months now, but hasn't been playing it as long as some other people on their respective roles. So we'll see how at least he can pick up their performance in all of Galaxy Racing. Now they've lost the past 3 games.
It is Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban. Seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
It's hurting them a little bit. They've lost a lot of their momentum, but a team that can always pick it up out of nowhere.
They started off 1-3, then they went 14-0, and now they've gone 0-5. So it's very like a roller coaster, very up and down, very stonks, very Bitcoin right now. But well, they've banned out a lot of Mizu's style of heroes as well. The Night Stalker's gone, the Brewmaster's gone. BTS him occasionally go into the Vengeful Spirit, so perhaps a little bit of targeting happening here for Polaris, realizing that he is one of the key playmakers for them. And that Spirit Breaker didn't do anywhere near enough, but I feel like that's just on, again, I want to highlight the Polaris supports. They identified the fact that, look, if we can take out this impact of the charge, with the swap or the...
Radiant's turn to pick.
Obviously, it's not going to be anywhere near as effective. Picked up, huh?
I don't like the pick as much because I don't think they can play it on Boomy, which they have previously, but I am not a fan of Lion 5. Yeah. And now you're going into Tiny Grim, which is a decent amount of control already. I mean, the lane, I think, versus Tiny is pretty decent because of the melee, but it will get to a stage around level 4 where Tiny can just use the combo to shove out the lane, and then when you've got Blink, that's a lot of burst potential. So another hero that now see, this support duo is very interesting, isn't it? Because I want Grim and Shadow Demon both be position 4, but they okay, so you could go Shadow Demon 5 and play the Leshrac with him, which is, I still, in the game, I want Shadow Demon to have a lot more farm priority, which won't be the case, but at least that's a decent laning combo.
But what is Grimstroke good against this game? That's the other question. I don't feel like it's great against any of them. So I feel like maybe they might still be tossing things up a little bit as to where they're going to play both of these supports. I feel like Shadow Demon 5 is going to be so much more effective because Polaris, they've got insane setup for team fight. And like Ravage into Sonic Wave into Finger of Death, Stun, Stomp, Earth Splitter. So if you're able to disrupt that a little bit with a Shadow Demon, who, will need a little bit more farm so he gets an Aether Lands or a Blink Dagger, then I feel like that's probably going to be a little bit more effective this game. And then even just for their pick-off engagements, you just toss the Demonic Purge onto someone and then Leshrac runs them down. And there's very little that anyone can do against that outside of the Queen of Pain if she's got a Blink.
How much of a fan of you the ET getting picked up, and what do you feel like it provides Polaris?
It is Dire's ban.
Probably just the counter to the Leshrac, right? Like either forcing out an earlier than he would like BKB, just by getting the Echo Stomp onto whoever they're looking to chase down, right? Like, let's say you're running this way and you've got a Leshrac chasing after you. All you need to do is just start the Stomp over here, and you either have to disengage or pop a BKB and continue running, and then maybe you can look to have a kind of setup for a counter initiation after that.
Yeah, I think Polaris right now, with all 4 of their heroes, they offer a lot of team fight prowess compared to Galaxy Racer. They're a lot more reliant on the early game, just run you over. The Blink Tiny, just a lot of the magic damage and into the early tower damage. They're not as reliant on the cooldowns as what Dire are, so we'll see how they can outround their draft. I mean, they're looking for their 23rd pick, which is you can flex.
5 seconds.
What do you think they're looking for? They don't really have a standout 3. We don't see the Leshrac flex as often. It has been previously.
It is Dire's
I'm just trying to think, like, what do they need? Because I feel like we know how both of these teams are going to want to play this. Galaxy Racer, they're constantly going to, like you said, with their low cooldowns, be trying to get pick off to pick off to pick off every single time and look to snowball that into objectives. Even with the TA now, excuse me, those objectives are even easier to be able to take. Whereas Polaris, they're the polar opposite. In that they need to be playing around their cooldowns, and also their heroes kind of suck at pushing out creep waves. So if they don't have all of their ultimates off cooldown, they just need to be as spread apart as possible on the map, trying to, you know, get as much gold and experience and map control as they can back, even if it means sacrificing a hero. The downside is that right now, no one really clears out the wave that Galaxy Racer are going to be pushing into. So basically just resigning the fact that someone's going to die through very little impact.
The ultimate choice.
I'm a fan of Galaxy Racer this time.
What makes you a fan of the lineup? Is it just the Wraith King getting picked up you weren't too happy with, or
Just the constant activity, right? Like, Wraith King doesn't do anything to solve the issue that I just said, right? Like, you either need to put someone in a lane to slow it down by a couple of seconds that's going to die anyway, or abandon a lane entirely and just give Galaxy Racer more and more map control because they're going to be able to take fights much more frequently. Nico Tidehunter. I mean, can they not just ignore the Wraith King and go for everyone else in these team fights and then leave it for last? That's definitely how I would look to do it. I mean, I guess they're saying, right, they've gone very pick-off heavy. Let's just get someone that doesn't care if he dies once, and we can look to maybe turn things around. But in my eyes, you just don't focus the Wraith King unless you've got amazing vision and you know that no one's nearby.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think they can avoid the Wraith King, and I think it'll get to the stage where I don't think he can go Radiance because he's against the Grimstroke, and nonetheless, I believe still the Dark Portrait's a pretty good target with the Wraith King anyway.
It is. It's insanely good.
I'm surprised they went into this hero. Like, Galaxy Racer, Wraith King's very good against heroes that are cooldown dependent, and you're Radiance and just took over the game from there. I don't know if that's going to be the same case. I mean, it's a pretty strong lane. ET Wraith King up against the tiny Grimstroke.
I don't think he's going to have the space to do it. You know, like your map control is just going to keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
So my question right now is that they picked the TA into the Queen of Pain. I think it's still a pretty Queen of Pain favored matchup. TA can always go back and farm up the jungle. I mean, the hero was slightly nerfed, but definitely not enough, it feels like, or that we're still not seeing her too much. But it's nice because you have Alacrity on a win condition here where your position 1 in quotations for In Your Dream is on a Leshrac who's not really going to scale as much as what you want. So going for it can fulfill that void on the TA is very nice. We'll see how they can enable him stacks wise. So you're favoring Galaxy Racer?
It's going to need to be another stellar performance from Mac in my eyes. Like that's it for me essentially. Like he needs to create so much space, and they need to somehow come out heavily on top in a lot of the team fights. Even then, right? Like if they get an amazing team fight early on, they're able to synergize all the ultimates together. The death time is going to be so low that Galaxy Racer are just going to respawn to do it all again.
I'm still trying to convince myself on who I prefer.
I'm pretty heavily Galaxy Racer favored. mostly because like this could be, if this is the last game, this could be our last game that we cast for the season. So I want one more.
I'm gonna go Galaxy Racer too. I'm gonna grant. I think they're too cooldown dependent on Dire. They're gonna be too slow. And I think Radiant with their timings, first roast they can just steamroll the map, get way too much map control, and Dire are very dependent on, I think, blink daggers on multiple heroes. But we'll see how that lane's fare. I mean, CML along with Natsumi. This is a very difficult lane for Miz and Yokam to play into. You've got down bot, Leshrac and Shouty Dimmu. We're saying that they could kind of pair these together. We'll see how this combo can eke out in the safe lane.
Time I really saw those two heroes paired together regularly was at like TI4, and that was a support duo, you know? So very rare that we see it as a position 1 Leshrac these days.
If anyone's going to play it as a 1, as meanwhile Yokam is trying to juke back, but CML has guessed correctly the positioning. I need a couple more swings. The great fist, and I don't think he'll find it.
No, but he cancelled the salve, so it's as good as a kill effect. It's going to push Yokam all the way back to base and might be able to get Mizu instead. Still, excuse me, has very little armor. At least he's got the Ring of Protection. So it's going to make the farm for this Tiny not so good for the next 30 seconds or so.
So we've seen a couple of the TA Queen of Pain matchups so far, and both those times the TA's not going for a point in meld at all, which, for anyone that's not aware, the meld is able to dodge the dagger. If you've got a sentry, then of course you've got the vision, so the dagger will not be dodged, which is fascinating to me. It looks like it's just the TA's trying to go head to head, and I think meld is such a value level too. They didn't change it enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think just because maybe he saw Mac was holding on to a sentry ward, he might have got a little bit spooked, which is why
I didn't see that, yeah.
I'm a little... Like, this observer ward in the lane, right? Like, if you put down the sentry ward to make sure that you can see the TA, you're going to be able to get the observer ward as well. So I'm a little confused by the placement as well from Alacrity there. Might have also just been given the sentry ward to see if his small camp would have been blocked up as well, just to prevent any kind of movement having to come out from one of the supports to make sure it was dewarded. No blocking really happened so far, though, on either team.
How's at least the bottom lane continue to go at the bit messed up on creep equilibrium. Paul's looking to reset that, especially. And I find and Dream a little bit too slow to utilize this setup thanks to Polaris. It does look like Nico, we saw him have a very, very solid performance on the Pain Clear in Game 1. We'll see if this is going to be any different here with the Tide Hunter. Just want to bring back up real quick. You were saying you feel like this game for Polaris is very off the back of Max Queen of Pain. Do you believe he has a game where he can, you know, snowball and take over again?
I mean, he still hasn't leveled up the meld, so I think the lane's going a lot better for him than it probably should. Of course, you can't flash farm to the same extent as the TA, so he needs to make sure that he's getting active and getting kills around the map, although it's Paulson that ends up picking up the first one there. They even need the Split Earth for that. I've just been the Lightning Storm.
Very nicely done there. We see early on Lion just caught out of position, I suppose, and now Polo's even tripped. If there's a bounty he can snag and any stacks that made, he didn't make that expedition with a Sentry Observer to block up the camps, but meanwhile Yokam has done an incredible job already to try and make some stacks in the jungle for the TA.
That's one of the benefits of the Grimstroke. Speaking of which, he's chasing up CML, shouldn't be able to secure a kill. ET very tanky, very fast as well, almost hitting up onto his level 3, so Mizu's going to have to look out on that top side of the map as well. I just like, even if Mac has a very good game, and well, there's that keyboard that I was talking about there, still hasn't got the point in the meld, but gets value out of the Sentry anyway. Even if Mac has like an amazing involvement in these team fights, I feel like it's rare that the Tiny and the Lesh and the TA are all clumped up in the one position to get hit by a Sonic Wave.
Maybe they could get an angle if Nico goes for like an early blink, because they are Very much. Is Max close to
dived a little
6?
bit here.
Yeah, Alacrity's actually in trouble. He's got no refraction charges. Max going to commit. A big kill completed as, I mean, Boomy slightly involved there with the help of the Earth Spike, but yeah, you're a camp too. No, CMO. Not going to show any impact. Meanwhile, though, Nico down bottom. You know, we see the fact that the Tide Hunter has been left solo, so at least Polaris in your dream getting something out of the map.
Max level 6 now, so of course it's very dangerous to come back to this lane as Alacrity. He's running a little low on mana, I suppose, on the Queen of Pain. That TA didn't want to. I didn't even go into the Sonic Wave. I suppose just wanted to get a little bit more harassed, try and flash farm to match up the speed of Alacrity.
Yeah, I don't hate.
Be quick though.
I think he recognizes that Alacrity is just probably only going to play the lane now to shove it out and go back in jungle. So your kill threat with Sonic Wave is at least in mid, maybe not as high. So you could always argue that you can make a play through the side lanes, but he potentially anticipates that he doesn't have the easiest lanes to gank. Top, you could argue he does. I mean, a Wraith King and an Elder Titan pretty easy, but I mean, CML is not even playing with Natsumi at the moment. In fact, Natsumi is looking to try and invade around the triangle where they already have the Observer Ward placed up, so they're well aware of how Alacrity's position is. Who's going to join? Oh, we're going to have quite the brawl. It's almost everyone coming over by the triangle. Well, plus back Natsumi. She doesn't have an early level up. They'll target through Mizu. They got to secure the kill, otherwise the creeps will do it. A deny will fly. A 1-for-1, but it's going to secure it to the favor of Galaxy Racer. Max still holding his position to the moment here with the Queen of Pain, but you see, just shy of that level 7, or maybe he was needing the extra nuke potential.
They're just wanting to make sure everyone sticks around as well, so that Alacrity can absolutely take this this ancient stack.
On mid lane, might be a solo kill. Max in trouble. Bottom charge is not enough.
That's a big deal.
That is a gigantic kill for Leshrac to find solo on Mac as well, and simultaneously Alacrity farming up a huge stack.
Place down the Sentry Ward. You know that they probably don't make that kind of aggressive movement if they didn't have vision of the area, so surprised that this Observer Ward has been able to stay here for as long as it has.
Bottom lane, Ravaged. It's been used to try and clean off Mizu. Get the kill, in fact, just securing the tower, it looks like. Natsumi's going raiding.
Yeah.
Hey. It's also got to be said, I mean, Natsumi, Wraith King, is quite the classic as well through his Aeon days, so...
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of time, like when people were seeing Neon play, a lot of the criticism that you were seeing on chat and social media was, oh, Natsumi, he's not up to the same sort of caliber as a lot of these other players, but the man has been finding hard. He's actually number 2 on the SEA leaderboards right now, only behind BTS.
He's going to have quite the stacks to fall back on. They actually might give that to the Tide. I don't think the Wraith King can farm those. Top lane. Polaris in Dream connecting once more for another kill. And he does have 3 points in the Edict, so they might look to try and transition this into their first tower of the game. They just need the creeps to connect for that.
Trying to blow the creeps out as much as possible with the body blocks, but going to continue to park himself up here. Again, you're not too concerned because Ravage was used on the bottom side. It'll mean that Nico is able to get a decent amount of farm here, but again, it's going to cost you some kind of map presence. Wave, pops the Edict. Galaxy Racer should be fairly happy with it. Just being able to take away a lot of the map control that a Wraith King needs to be able to get the most out of his skeletons in particular.
I mean, meanwhile, you do to getting though, this is looking like a quad for Nico. Already could, working the phase boots next, so a lot of survivability and also armor now, soon to be picked up to help verse the Templar Assassin. I wonder if it's going to bite them in the back, though, how they haven't hindered the Ancients from Alacrity. We saw yesterday's game with the Templar Assassin, SMG versus Execration game 3, where the raiding Ancients were blocked for quite some time to really hinder the TA to flash farm, and this is a completely different story. Alacrity's gotten enough catch-up after the roughish laning stage that he had to now be second in net worth, and also have to keep in mind maybe this was enabled partially because of how they early warded around their high ground just to scout out if CML was starting to make that expedition.
Yeah, and the other concern is, like, you're giving him all this farm. Just imagine a future where, you know, he's got his BKB. What breaks the refraction charges? Because no one really wants to be hitting quite regularly outside of the Wraith King. You know, in deep as a Queen of Pain, you're gonna die. They've got a good amount of control right now on Galaxy Racer. It's going to entirely be up to Natsume's skeletons, basically, to try and figure out Alacrity's refraction charges. So if they're able to dodge that, if he's able to get an early-ish BKB, which you will get from all these towers that you should be able to claim around the ultimate charges on Polaris, then I feel like Galaxy Racer is still in a pretty good spot.
We'll see how they can mount a defense.
Yeah, like the ET, Lion, they don't deal with it. Even Queen of Pain, right? You need to be right up there for the Scream of Pain. You don't want to be committing the Sonic Wave. You don't have Ancestor, so you're not going to be able to push out these creep waves. They'll at least be able to put the body in the way on Nico, realizing that he is quite tanky. The Soul Ring, the Defiance, Chip Vest, Ace Boots, so as fun as they are, it's still going to take probably too long to get through this time.
Well, across the map, we do see Natsumi wasn't joining that potential mid-fight. So he's working his way towards the Radiance here, getting 100 gold in the bank. What do you feel like the reasoning is for him going Radiance? I highlighted in the draft that I think it's a good way to deal with TA refraction and the long drawn-out fights that Leshrac likes to have, but I think that further enables just to ag them on go camp. So what do you feel like your thought process is with him going Rad?
I mean, it's a good farming item as well, I suppose. So just speeding up what next item you're able to get between all of your big ultimates. Also, we need to consider, hopefully he knows that you just need to press the Radiance button once as soon as the Shadow Demon disrupts you. Otherwise, you are creating that Radiance bird for the rest of your team.
Yeah, it's not even just the Grimstrike, hold I thought. We've still got Shadow Demon in this game as well.
It's very easy, though.
Yeah.
When you're in the disruption, just press the button. That's it. Take your hands off the keyboard and you'll come out of the disruption with your Radiance turned off on the illusion.
For Radiant, they got a bit of an experienced lead at the moment. That's kind of the only thing that's really shifted in either team's favor. It's about a 4-level lead. It's nice that at least we can have that knowledge thanks to the new graphs. I would like it to have kind of the
win prop though.
65% Polaris. Are you in agreement? I know we were both favoring Galaxy Racer here, considering I think we were in agreement that Dire's just a slow cooldown dependency was going to be a big issue through the 20-minute stage. Do you feel like it's going to continue to hit that, or?
I feel like it would be a lot closer to even if they'd maybe taken one more tower on Galaxy Racer, considering they do have this TA and Leshrac draft. But Alacrity, he's getting close, right? He's nearly finished up his Desolator. He's got one Mithril Hammer component towards it, only about 1,000 gold away from the second. So probably going to even out once they're able to do that.
They might look to smoke now that Mizu's picked up the blink, and in fact he's even going to join mid. If they can toss back Nico, find the angle. Oh, nice positioning, Nico.
Not the range creep though.
That's huge, because I was just going to say, I think Galaxy Racer look to smoke, wrap around, you put maybe Leshrac on the front line, then the full wrap, get a quick burst from the Tiny, and then you can take the tower with the numbers advantage. But now they have to completely go away from mid, so they're trying to find the farming pattern of Natsumi, but they're going to double back now to mid. They're kind of in two minds of how they want to take this smoke. Might just have to get the kill on
Boomy. I can see a stack. That's kind of big.
Nonetheless, they'll kill him off. Have they dealt with the creep wave already? Yeah, Nico has. But Dai have a glyph too.
Still take this. I still feel like it's fine. Got plenty of mana right now. In your dream, they don't have a ton of stuns available. They don't have that Blink Dagger available on the Tide Hunter, so they'll be able to clear out this creep wave, take the tower, and
backline.
Looking for a follow-up here.
A long toss back, Nico. He doesn't have the hood, still on cooldown. They've also got the banishment on CML, but Polisson is the purge early. So
let's take the stack.
How big is it? Yeah, double you take.
Yeah, though he has almost finished up his Radiance, only about 400 gold away. But that's exactly what you need in Alacrity. That'll get him very close to finishing up that Desolator. can look to wait around perhaps on Polaris. Oh, he wouldn't use the... They're going to block up the camps with the illusions. Very nicely done. Might even be able to snipe out the bounty rune as well that spawns in 15 minutes. And that's Mizu. Yeah, he's like, oh, just give it to me, bro.
What have we here?
Radiant should look to the top.
And now it feels like this game is going to be off the edge of the first Radiant's timing with the ultimate hit from Polaris. We haven't seen them
Dire's current
come into the fray just yet. And if they use it before a big Roche fight, then Radiant, they'll be okay with maybe losing 1 or 2, respawning, then going back into the pit to take it. So they have to be very cautious with their fight selection on Polaris. We might see a kill on Yokem up top. TPs are coming through, so they'll have to drop the finger. Even Mac, that's a hefty commit with Sonic Wave. 2 ultimates used just for the kill on Yokem. Mizu looking to hunt, and it looks like poor old Boomy, only 330 movement speed. And the Fairy Pony catch up in your dream. He hasn't really gone into the movement speed. Will attempt to QTP out. Cut him down. The sidestep not enough. And we'll see, is this instant Roche?
Could be. Radiance is up though. To push out one more wave on the bot side on Natsumi, get his skeleton spawn. You've got the siege grip wave, so try and force someone to TP down towards the bottom side to defend the level 12. So even if he went down, it's not going to be hugely impactful with that 130-second reincarnation timer.
Oh, you see the recognition with Dire as well. They're so aware. Like, this is the next objective for Galaxy Racer. 2 wards in the vicinity. They know this is going to be coming up in the next couple of minutes here. They've even bought the blink just on Nico, but they're looking to jump. Mizu toss back. Might just set up for a beautiful Ravage. With the embrace, they'll get the kill. Splitter not enough to reset his position for Mizu. He'll still compromise his own as well on top of the high. Again, remember, this is the first fight with the Radiance too, but they're holding back multiple heroes thanks to Leash. Natsumi, he hasn't locked onto a target just yet. They'll do with the first life. They need the extra heroes to keep them alive. In fact, the numbers are going to come through with buyback just in case it further breaks out here from Mizu. A heavy commitment, but the recognition. This first Roche could just tell the story of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They should be able to very easily. CML did a good job. He made sure that there was happening in the area. The attack actually coming up towards the top side. Not sure if you've got the damage to do it with just Mizu. I don't even looking to deal with it. But yeah, pretty easy first Roche coming through. You would think giving it over in your dream right now, although both of them freeing up an item spot. Maybe it's just going to be who's got the fastest fingers. Instant smoke as well, but it's underneath an observer ward put right outside the Roche pit. So let's see some of the defensive positioning coming out from all the heroes. Natsumi making sure to just go as far away from Roche as possible, farming up this jungle, not revealing all too much. Passively shove out the wave as well with his skeleton. Well, good positioning again. Just parking himself right inside those trees. In your dream, Mizu, their smokes end up popping, so it's a good movement coming through there.
You see how much of an issue.
Ravage wasn't used.
I think they need all their ultimates. They're coming back up, but again, I mean, Mizu on this tiny. He's been a huge reason why they've been able to win these fights. That toss back, displacing the Tidehunter.
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Grimshark is...
They can just continue to commit onto this tier 2 tower. Nothing stopping him. At least with the Desolator now, the Diabolic Edict isn't going to have its damage buffed up. So that's a little bit of the reason why you don't see the Leshrac quite so commonly. It doesn't synergize quite as well. But still, it's a very effective tool of being able to take objectives after a one-team fight.
But I'm worth
50-50, says Dota Plus.
Wow.
Even though it's a pretty comfortable experience and net worth lead, about 3-4k for them there.
Do you feel like Dota Plus is just banking on the late game potential that Polaris has?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, again, Galaxy Racer don't have bad late game. You've got a Grimstroke that can go into an Axe. And by the way, is 250 gold away from it on Jokan?
We're gonna have a fight down bot.
Has fallen.
Alright, they're setting up the T2 tower defense. They've got a great ward on the high ground as well, so they've seen that Zoom starting to make his way down bottom. There's an instant jump, and he hasn't found the catch just yet. That's going to come from his own position. They're going to cut the losses instantly. Tiny the first to fall. And you see the rest of Radiant They're still actually playing on the outskirts. They've got a great lane ward. Go, you see, like you were
This
saying.
is a little too keen. Like, Jokab is 100 gold away from his Ags. Like, a 20-minute Ags on a grip stroke against a Wraith with Radiance is nuts.
Oh, Natsumi? He's stuck around. He's still got Reincarnation. Nico as well could try and set up for the Ravage, but once again, the fence is embraced. He's cutting through that factory. He's going to look to jump in. Now they'll turn back around instantly because they don't want to target a beautiful fall of the Earth where they will cut through the left track. And so we'll have to be cautious. After Alacrity has to play with the Sonic Wave, we'll look to cut down the first. Round 2, ready to rock and roll, but they don't have the numbers advantage for Galaxy Racer. A surrounding, overwhelming amount of numbers will mean that Alacrity has no opportunity. He'll still get the kill nonetheless before he dies, so a beautiful job at that. Maybe he can also get the kill on the Lion. But Polaris do hit back. They won't find Polaris before the TP. Nonetheless, signs of life.
Signs of life that probably shouldn't happen, you know, like they made that attempt, Mizu goes on his own into enemy territory where they didn't have vision. Sure, he had the Aegis, but they had it for another 2 minutes at the time, and like it's crazy when you're that close to an Ags on your Grimstroke to not want to use it to its full. All it would have taken was just 30 seconds more of waiting, group up entirely together. That's not going to change the status of the game in terms of what cooldowns Polaris have available, and it would have meant that, you know, you don't die back on Mizu, you don't lose your Aegis, and you probably don't die on the TA. You know, maybe only one of those things happen.
See that, man, it was 50% before? Straight up to 71 now for Polaris. Very Plus has got a bit of a soft spot. Some of these heroes.
Likes a team fight.
Yep.
Go again. This is it, right? Just bang, bang, bang. Again, again, again. That's the strategy right now for Galaxy Racer. First.
The banishment to set up for the Split Earth. The beautiful combo that we've seen. The victory of Dota, the Shouty Team, and Lesh together.
Careful about where he shows as well, right? Like we've talked about it before. The range on that Dark Portrait is nuts. Doesn't have a Psychic Headband, so that's going to be working in Polaris's favor. But they just test if there's any kind of buybacks available. They'll at least pop the Glyph. With that on Galaxy Race, you could look to take more control over the map. Towards the top side might be the better option, but I suppose whenever you've got a TA, you always want there not to be the safe haven of the triangle for a race farming in, and if you can just look to take that farm for yourself.
Oh my god.
It's
first life. Well, I mean, you got big issues. You got big Grimstroke issues. It feels like you have to kill Grimstroke to start the fight. I don't think anyone else should be the other priority.
And that's why Black Daggers, we can be way near the rest of the fight. You don't have great ways to wrap around or instantly get onto the back lines. Like if you commit this this blink onto Max Queen of Pain, you essentially instantly have to pop the BKB. So it's looking a little bit rough unless they go for a full wraparound as a team to try and find it. No Glyph. Keep on pushing forward. Why not? No, there's no reincarnate for a good minute and a half.
They're going to smoke up as well. Make it that much more difficult.
I probably wouldn't be clumping together quite as much as this. Want to make sure that you're staying a little bit spread so you're not getting, you know, the Ravage into the ET ultimate.
Actually going to look to make their way to Natsumi, which... Oh no.
Said he's got that Aether Lens.
I mean, they need TPs, they need them ASAP. Reincarnation still on cooldown. But Dire smoking outside the base. I don't think that Smit's going to last that long.
Just leave him. Let me get the portrait. No. And he does. Oh, he turned it off though. He turned off the radiance as soon as he saw the grip stroke coming towards him. So there's that little miss, but he'll still whack the tower a few times. It does take a good amount of physical extra damage though, even though the movement speed is increased.
This is a window here where maybe they can do some damage, take the tier 3. Do not want to buy back on the Wraith King. So a tower that will be siege looks to be with ease.
Dire's middle tower
They're going to stick as well. I mean, Alacrity still has this 9-second BKB ready and available. And Mizu's standing kind of near the vicinity to try and find a toss target.
Gotta be careful about clumping up this tightly again. You know, exactly what we were talking about before. There is the potential for the Blink Ravage into the ET ultimate. So still level 1, so not as effective as it could potentially be, but you never want to give them an opportunity to come back into this game. All right, Dota Plus, what do you say? Finally, favorite Galaxy Racer.
Oh, hang on. See what this happens after the fight. 5 out from Polaris, looking to try and head to top where In Your Dream farming at the moment.
Once he picks up that BKB, it feels like there's very little that they can do on Polaris to try and turn this around. Like, you're going to need to Blink Ravage right on top of In Your Dream, because he's got fast enough fingers that he's going to be able to get it off if it's anything but that.
Again, feels like, you know, pivotal moment could be the next Roshan. It's going to be up in a minute here. Dire, once again, already getting set up with their Observer Ward placement.
Is under attack.
Blink daggers on both of the supports as well, so you've even got save. You know, they can just stay well back from every single team fight. See Natsumi farming here underneath the tier 2 tower. It's not a bad target considering, you know, you've got great ways to take towers. There's no glyph available.
He needs to get BKB. They need this before the next fight.
To the temple's defense.
They call mid actually. Max in trouble. He himself has to pop a very early BKB just to keep the life, but the charge now wasted as Boomy spends his life there, down for 40. Meanwhile, Roche is up in 20 seconds. Ooh, that was very close.
I mean, you can just push forward though, right? Like, I don't think they care about Roche right now. There's no one that has an amazing ag shot. I guess the Lesh rank is kind of nice to be able to stop the Wraith King from committing into the fight pre-BKB. But yeah, just take the free laner Rex, why not? Now you can Roche if you want to. Maybe after taking the outpost. So at the same time, you can look to get that 27-minute neutral items coming out there.
Oh, you've got BKB. It's going to TP back. They have a smoke. CML's got 2. It's going to be underneath the vision right now if they go for it.
Be careful because Polison's showing on the bottom side of the map, so there's full smoke coming up from Polaris. They're going to back off. They realize the strength that they have is when they're fighting as a full team on Galaxy Racers. So no TP on Shadow Demon means that he needs to try and get towards that tier 2 tower as quickly as possible, rally around the rest of the team, and the tankiest hero that we've got right now, even though he doesn't have the BKB, is parks himself on the front lines to make sure he's the one that breaks any kind of smokes. That's the advantage of having your power still withstanding in the mid lane.
They quite often for Dire, the trigger point is having bottom shoved out. It can make it very difficult for the side of Radiant to take Roshan, but it's not going to be a factor. They also lose their ward in the river, which is going to be huge disadvantage now for Polaris. Jump in, who have they found? It's on CML, he's stuck in the corner too. Look at the leash, and the beautiful target is the Wraith King. So this is going to look to jump and under the wheel of the BKB, but this is on the first line for Nico. He doesn't really want to use the Ravage just yet. They wasted their BKB, they're still going to try and trail on to Mizu. The risk of the Sonic Wave means that Mizu hasn't died. Now they're forced to drop the Ravage, but still no one's died on Galaxy Racer. Maybe with the second life they can actually burst down the left track. Polaris, a lot of ultimates committed here. Look for the reset.
I think you just take the loss, go back, get your resources, and do the same thing. You know, Ravage, it's got a long enough cooldown that you're fine with that. At least for Polaris, Natsumi, he's at least level 18 now, so it's only the low cooldown on the reincarnation, but still, no Sonic Wave, no Ravage, that's the big deal.
Ooh, okay, well they picked off
a ballsy play by Mizu.
Meanwhile, Polison, I believe he's also going to get picked off, though he does have reinforcements starting to surround the area. Cam, a little bit too late to provide some assistance, maybe a rebuttal on CML. And so cautious though with the health pool that he has right now. He's not looking to jump in.
I think he has to be much more careful than he is. You know, it's not like they're lacking complete damage potential right now on Polaris, and they're even going for the Blink Dagger next on the Wraith King. I like it. You know, the way that they are going to win this game is if they get it onto the backlines and kill the Shadow Demon or the Grimstroke before they're able to, you know, get off their full complement of spells.
I do not know for Radiant. They got 70 seconds till Ravage is back up.
They can. They can.
Okay.
I am confident.
I think if you don't do it now, then that's a big window for Dire, because Natsumi's now hit level 20. He's got the cleave talent. He's also got the...
They're just trying to fix the lane.
The DD, that's important. Oh, well, now you can just brute force in.
Yeah, in your dream. Just wanted to shove this thing out a little bit. He's got the boots of travel, so he can join the team at any time. Even looking to be a bit of a distraction here on the bot side.
I don't know if you give this for free.
I don't know if you can do anything about it is the question. They've still got, well, only 5 seconds on the Sonic Wave, but 30 on the Ravage. That
Maybe they'll do. I don't know if you can delay that long. They're going to look to jump in instantly, but Polaris off to the sideline once again. It's going to be enough to keep Alacrity alive for a little bit of duration, but WBKB isn't enough. He's still going to turn. Look at the side blade. Skill damage. They were trying to take a push on. An agent potential. In your dream trying to snatch it. But Alacrity's still alive at the mouth of the pit. They haven't killed him just yet. Into a Natsumi with the great sword will bring him down, but he doesn't have the second life. It's a Raid King. Will fall to the overwhelming numbers that Galaxy Racer have.
pretty much as expected, right? Like, can you imagine how that team fight's different if you got the Ravage? You know, you're able to get that blink right inside the pit, pop the Ravage, get the kill onto the Lash Rack before he's able to pick up the Aegis, and then suddenly, you know, you might have a small opportunity, but still did end up popping the Earth Splitter. They used the Sonic Wave. No Ravage, but if there's no damage to follow up with it, then you know, I don't think you're caring all that much. In your dream, even doing his best to body block the Siege Creep so it stays alive. It will not, unfortunately.
I mean, you got tier 2 down bot at least, so it will not be Megas you're going up against. It's going to be a secondary set.
I just think Galaxy Racer have played this game exactly because they needed to. One mistake was going for that kill towards the bottom side just prior to the Dark Horse. But other than that, it seems like they've executed exactly what they. Neutral item situation looking. Maybe they could just use this little bit of time with TA trying to respawn to pick up a few more. Ceremonial, certainly not a bad item for a Shadow Demon, although any kind of cast range is always great. There you go. Psychic Headband, Spider Legs, exactly what you need.
What a scan. Maybe anticipating Dive, trying to play outside the base on an opportunity to catch them out guarded by this tier 2 tower push that's soon to come.
That Elven Tunic is actually so huge for Alacrity, being able to dodge out some of the skeleton hits, protect his refraction for that little bit longer with the Black King bar.
See, he's even gone Silver's Edge on Alacrity, so great versus the Tide, the Wraith King. Yeah. Go. Smokers 4. In your dream needs to refresh the resources. Who got the Ag Shot? Was it Tiny?
I'm gonna assume yes. Maybe it was the Quad.
Yeah. Dial. Try and live and die on the high ground, but Radiant, they got the vision. Successfully. As well. But is it going to be enough for Quad? You got the Aegis advantage. That's respawn is targeting Mizu, but now he's stuck on the high ground inside the cliff. Look to retreat. They can get out with what they've got in here from Polaris. It's got to be pretty happy with that team fight. They forced a couple of buybacks.
But Aegis still got it for 2 minutes. Didn't use BKB, able to take away the Observer Ward, take the outer tower. It just feels like they're slowly going to continue to bring this one to a close for Galaxy Racer. The other factor is the other waves are going to passively push towards you, so they make this attempt without Mizu. Feels a little risky, but again, all you need to do is wait 40 seconds, and then you've still got Ravage off cooldown for a full minute, so can't see the harm. And even the DD on the bottom side of the river.
Oh boy.
What could you possibly want? Might look to keep it there for a little bit, just so that you know, you're maximizing the uptime of it. Seems like that's exactly what they're doing. Awesome. Looking to try and protect some of the vision that they've got there. I don't mind them buying a gem either, because it feels like if they lose another team fight, they're going to lose the game. So may as well just go all out to try and remove as much of the information as you've got.
1000%.
With a bit of a risky spot.
I don't know if he meant To me, I don't think he meant to do it on himself. Like, hang on a second. Did he really do that? I'm 100% in agreement. I think this game is all reliant on you being able to match the supports. We saw what different of a fight that could have been without the Dark Portrait and also the banishment defensive factor. So if they can have the vision advantage and just make it that much more difficult for how Galaxy Racer supports can play, we'll see how this can potentially turn the fire back in their favor. But it's not going to be an easy defense by any standards. So they're going to look to smoke up and make the long wrap around. They got a great ward actually in the lane that might scout out some of the positioning. Mizu's going to toss back, but it's the BKB. They're going to be careful with their climb up. Natsumi's going to look to jump it. Everybody's going to need to find themselves with the management. It's all cooled up for another 5 seconds here. The top of the ages, Polaris are next to fall as well. Natsumi's still getting pushed further and further
Got the Dark Portrait.
But it's a very split up fight at the moment. It's in your dream with the BKB pop. He's trying to do as much damage as he can here, but it looks like Galaxy Racer, they want to reset.
I mean, I don't hate it. They were so close to getting the kill onto Jokam, and I'm pretty sure Natsumi's illusion hit him once and took him from 90% down to about 15. So it is something that's, of course, a little bit scary to be able to fight up against, but they did a good job at being able to kite it around a little bit. Still, though, the dieback was expended for the Shadow Demon, and I really like the fact that he's going into the A on this.
Maxing? Okay.
He's in a little bit of trouble. That could have gone a lot better, though, for Polaris. The Aegis, I think, only had like 3 seconds left on it.
And Ravage was on cooldown, too.
Yeah.
I think it was about 5 seconds before they looked to jump in. Who knows how different that fight could have been if Nico found the Ravage. I mean, they get enough farm for double. It really feels like it's off the back of the cooldowns. Because if they maybe expend a lot, only get 1 kill off the respawns, Galaxy Racer could just push down bottom and maybe get megas. So seeing what a late game Tide could do, it's a scary prospect.
For enemies.
Elder Titan, you know, I feel like he's as big a part of a lot of these team fights as anyone, you know, forcing out those BKBs through the use of the Echo Stomp. Yeah, they're so farmed on the enemy team that it sucks that you can't be in there for your natural order to have the impact, but at least the Spirit can use the armor reduction component, and of course your Earth Splitter now at your level 15, it's doing 40% max HP as damage, so if you're able to get that solid Ravage off, then, you know, you can be in a pretty good spot to do a ton of damage for yourself. What the game plan is here for Galaxy Race. They feel like they should be waiting out the next Aegis respawn. The downside of that, of course, is that Wraith King's going to get bigger. He'll reach that level 25. He'll have the -2 second Mortal Strike cooldown, be very hard to take down. And also the fact that, like you mentioned before, this Refresher Orb becomes a factor in the lineup.
I want to bring up too that Max going for this item build that we've seen some of the Queen of Pains go. It was the early Kyron Sunge, BKB Shivas into Octarine. He's got so much survivability, and that's going to be enabled by his 25. I don't believe you go spell block. There's nothing really is worried about this game. So the -2 second blink, it's going to put it down to 2.5 because he's got the. I think did he actually swap up? Yeah, he went Elven Tunic instead of Quickening Charm. But you've got incredible uptime on your blink, which is the silence is 1.75 seconds. It's a really, really cool build, and with all your spell life still, not easy to burst.
Sure. Will be difficult is the fact that Galaxy Racer, you always talk about the value of information, right? And
jump through, straight on top of the air track. Once again, the support position has to be on point, and it is.
It's got to end this, though.
To keep him alive, but in your dream, like you said, with the aim on discs, they're going to be cautious to backline because Mizu's trying to pick off one of the targets. He hasn't locked onto anyone just yet, so Max going to pounce forward. Mizu, no assistance to the Sonic Wave burst potential there. Well, they'll bring him down. They're even going to look to jump on. In your dream, the aim on disc was popped previously, but if you're fast enough, or is he? Max still committing a BKB at the last second with the Bloodstone. Is it going to be enough to keep in your dream 5? At the moment it is. They forced the back on Mizu. You've got to be cautious though. The creeps are starting to funnel inside the base.
See CML in here. He's going to be taking a little bit of damage. Oh, poor guy.
You died.
Did you buy that? You can't let this Roach go for free.
You have to. But the base as well. Like, he has to defend that too.
Oh, no. The ET also to get the vision. No one else can provide vision right now.
Yeah.
we go. He's going to join. 5 on 4 on 5 at the moment. Pop's not there. There's a lot of mobility. Rumi looking for an angle in, but he might just run into In Your Dream. He's trying to get rid of the Observe Ward. He was in trouble to force back to safety. Be cautious again if they group up. Now the banishment, that's a huge way to be able to protect the left track. And Alacrity gets ripped apart. The Ravage, it'll at least control up the left track, so they're going to pounce on forward once again, trying to bring down In Your Dream. He's down 90 seconds without a buyback. Another kind of Alacrity. Without the BKB, he's trying to lock onto a target, but Natsumi still. He'll look to rejoin, but on top of the backline, Mac is going ham. Completely focusing the supply. He's going to be cautious. The mount bash is enough to control him. The buyback starting to funnel in. Nico will attempt to TP out. Paulson is he going to cancel? He does. He's left the team off the buybacks. It's not going to matter. Alacrity reigning supreme through this fight. Look at the commitment. All or nothing here from Polaris. 2 full sets of barracks down. You cannot let this Roche go.
Very basic information, but no TA. The traps aren't there. Have many spots to be able to TP to either, so will they be able to take it quickly enough? I feel like it's a huge window, especially, considering In Your Dream is still dead on the sidelines for 40 seconds, no buyback. Okay, he's going to try and do a best.
Jump in, we'll see what TA can do. They're trying to find a window on top of the backline as well with Mizu. Found a straggler just yet. They're getting the side lane shoved through, but Roche form very, very low.
BKB's being popped on.
They need to deal with the Soulbind illusion. Well, finally, Nico to jump. That is still good. In 70 seconds, Mac again. Looking to deal with the supports. With the help of the Echo Stop, that's enough. They'll deal with the Shadow Demon down, but it's going to buy back to join. Still low. It's Roshan. Someone needs to find an angle inside the pin. They're going to try and lay down with the Earth Spinner, which is enough. Natsumi will pick up the agent, but still they're going hack on top of the backline of Alacrity. He's at a 3-5 at the moment. They'll deal with the first life. He's still also got the agent to play around with the Echo Stomp, disabling the Templar Assassin, but he's got the BKB in the back to be able to utilize. But the toss, it actually gives Natsumi an opportunity to reset his positioning. But the Fairy Party back alive is In Your Dream. Can he find an angle to the backline? CML, Mac as well, sticking around. They've got the important objective in Roshan. They'll live to survive another day.
Illusion.
And what I want to know is, how is the base not dead yet? That went on for so long, and somehow the Super Creeps still weren't able to get the job done. Come on, boys, all the Tier 4 towers are still standing. I mean, I understand what you were talking about there with Mizu obviously tossing Natsumi out, giving him the avenue to escape with that Aegis, but he just brought back that. So you needed to make sure that you weren't having the tieback, you weren't giving them the opportunity to finally start to, go down some of these side lanes, take objectives away. Still feeling confident. They're going down the bot side.
They are.
Might be a little antsy here from In Your Dream, though. You got to wait for the rest of the team.
Okay, what we shards on Lesh? I didn't see where Cheese landed. Natsumi still has Ages. We've seen what Alacrity can do, though. This man's DPS at this stage in the game, unfathomable. At least when he's able to dish out. Hides up in 5. They need the Ravage. All or nothing. Back to the jump once again. He's stuck inside a rock in a hard place, so he has to pop the BKB incredibly defensively. Off to the western side, Alacrity.
You gotta back off, surely.
Himself, but that they will. They'll have to try and readjust how they find an angle in. But now with Tier 3 tower down, Mega Creeps, it's a possibility.
Sure, nearly Tier 4 tower down as well, one of them. The range creeps nearly did the job, but defense force, the tower defense coming through from Polaris. We know what sort of Dota arcade games that they like to play. With Blink as well. Again, it feels like so much of this team fight is for them to be able to get on to this Shadow Demon and be able to pick them off in every single team fight. I love the fact that even though, again, the cast range, very important for a Shadow Demon, he's gone the ninja gear instead, so he always has that smoke that he can just stay in the cover of.
Are there any clutch level 25s you feel like will play a big factor here through the later stage of this game?
I mean, who's got them already? Mizu, he's got multiple toss charges, not really going to be super impactful. You often see that, in place when you're tossing people back into the fountain. Let me have not really getting close to his 20, but honestly, not really. The meld hit bash is only really good for cancelling out CPs. The fact that you're getting close to the level 18 on CML might actually be the bigger factor. Like 10% max HP as damage is a big differential there to be able to have in sort of any kind of team fights, and it seems like they're doing a decent job of being able to delay it. Dota Plus seems to still give them a 14% chance though, and you know, it's hard to go against that, right? Like they're somehow managing to hold on by a thread. It's going to become so much harder. It's just building into the Aeon Disc and realize that Natsumi, he is the be-all and end-all for the lives of these supports. So it's not even just them. In Your Dream also holding onto the Aeon Disc. Still 40 seconds on its cooldown though, so has to be a little bit careful about his positioning.
Polaris smoked out.
Listen as well.
NGX.SEA.
6 seconds left. Hate to get caught out with your Aeon Disc just off cooldown.
See, they're also giving the aesthetic cap over to Alacrity. So, like you were saying, the recognition with the Aeon Disc, just a lot of emphasis on surviving through that burst and getting the defensive items or abilities off. So, you know, with this new neutral item, the debuff is going to be so important for the first 3 seconds on Alacrity. See, I mean, he's 9-3-11. This man, he had a rough game 1 on the Void Spirit, but man, easy turn this around. What a TA performance.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he straight up saved 2 Roche fights on his own in Your Dream. Slightly out of position, maybe not using the BKBs to their full extent, and not respecting the fact that his Aeon Disc was on cooldown a couple of times. Certainly the slack has been picked up there. Just looking to get some of these lanes passively pushing in, maybe even forcing a defense coming through from one of the supports. See that someone's nearby. Yeah, they use the smoke, although Mizu. Close.
You also got to keep in mind...
I don't know if he can go for that, though, right? Like, he's still got the Aegis, man. I don't think you killed Natsumi 3 times before the rest of the team. Like, you got to pick up someone else. Who does have buyback? Let's have a look at that. Only in Your Dream.
Okay, well, bottom's completely shoved out with a double catapult. It'll do a little bit of damage, but I think they'll go back. One's going back in Your Dream. Still holding a refresher shard as well.
Wonder if they get an instant smoke and response here coming out. Maybe just wanting to push this top wave in once.
What's the gem? Okay, Max got it.
Max got it.
I was just going to say, like, again, it feels like this game's all vision. You need the jump.
You should. How the hell does Polaris have both outposts at this point?
Coming outside the base, the Aegis just ticks out, and is just going to look to jump CML, popping his own BKB to secure the kill, but the 4-star reposition. The other issue is, going to go up against your own Wraith King. Just heading back to Boomy. Hello, help team, please, need some assistance. That's their 18 for 70 seconds as well. You need every single hero you can get to mount a defense.
It all the way back to base, so it's going to take a little bit of time to rejoin the rest of his team. It's only time as well that the ET has that means that he doesn't have the buyback, so just 20 seconds away. They might have given up a small opportunity there to push in one of the other waves and just connect to the bot side.
I do not hate this play if they go for it. They're going to really strong observe board in the bottom lane, kind of at the Tinker position. We're thinking about setting up over there. I also like this pickup from Natsumi, the Nullifier, to heavily deal with some of the issues you have in the Aeon Disc and just the defensive itemization.
Has he finished it? Because he's switching around a little bit with his
he's going Scardy now, yeah, okay.
I think there's so much that you want. You know, you want to have about 8 slots right now if you're this Wraith King. Towers.
Well, I mean, everything is going to be a T4 tower. Yeah, that's. I was just going to say everything is a huge factor. This game, unhealable damage, whatever it is, tower. One of them's got 27 health, but the fact that Dire also have Glyph as well, we have to keep tabs on that on a late game like this. I mean, we were saying I think Polaris are going to be very strong as the game goes later. It's different when you're down 16,000 gold and 2 full sets of barracks, but we have seen this team can take solid team fights.
Yes, I mean, the next big timing for them is if CML can get to 18. I don't think you get that much stronger across the board. Like, you can see he's trying to go into an Aghanim Scepter on the Queen of Pain. I feel like just saving for buyback is much, just because you are fighting inside your base. Maybe you bait Galaxy Racer out to commit a little bit too hard. You know, that's the way that you're able to turn this game around.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
He'll be fine.
Just gotta be careful about that trap sounds.
Courier has been killed.
We will be fine. But I'm still...
The Bloodthorn, it seems, on Alacrity.
They're still playing around this ward. We've got for another minute 30 here. Guys seem to be aware. They haven't really controlled the far side of bottom. So the awareness that, you know, Polaris have at least the vision control thanks to the gem. I see Mac just consistently bouncing back and forth, making sure they can set up tabs. But be cautious though, setting up the trap around mid. It's communication though. A banishment overlapping with the avalanche. They're going to jump in instantly, but the Ravage clipping poison. Gonna force the ages with a split off the fight to the northern side. Once again, but they end up losing Mac. The gem dropped on the deck. Nico's in trouble though with the purge, like you were saying. He's going to give him an opportunity to retreat out to safety. He might do so. They close the distance and bring him down. Tied 70 seconds, but they've got the buybacks.
That's the big difference between the previous one and this. This time everyone has buyback except for the Lion right now. Only a little bit of gold away on Boomy from needing it.
Tatsumi. I mean, you need to deal with the supports. If you can put the claws on the front line, feels like it doesn't matter. The Hex is out, but still, he's got the Eldits to protect him. Once again, Mac, he just pulled back. He's going to be cautious, Mac. A double toss up the air. Play with the refresher. It's on and off. Mac's gone. 120 seconds. It's going to be the Natsumi show now. Oh no, even the Dark Portrait's just dealing with the illusions. The supports push further and further back inside the base, and
Rod Boomy.
about to have Megas. Boomer's out. But the objectives are not. Megas now left standing. Polaris 4 against 5 without the Ravage. How do you do it?
He's under attack.
Not even reincarnation available.
Make the attempt, but again, Alacrity got multiple heroes in the back line. It's just Natsumi at the moment. They'll deal with the first line instantaneously. Alacrity in your dreams damage is too much to deal with. You didn't even have the reincarnation. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 3.
Double kill.
Yeah, hi. I mean, it's kind of what was expected. You know, they just played it perfectly. They went for
You dare not!
Thanks, man.
Dire's top tower is in danger. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their bottom tower. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's bottom tower is in danger. Dire should look to their top tower.
Bounty!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Go for me.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
That should help.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Mark the spot. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Killing spree! Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is low.
My waters rise. Outrage. Soaking.
Radiant's bottom tower is lying scan. On the hunt for Radiant forces. Look to their middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Two masts on this brigantine. Invisibility!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant scan. Eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Radiant should look to their middle tower.
A healing hand.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The prize is mine. Allies disappear. They should have
Dire should look to their top tower. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is low.
Me a coin.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On the Templar Assassin, so it feels like this could be a beautiful way to outround the day with another incredible performance from the twos.
What? Sure. Are some of the other heroes that have been let through, though? I mean, you have to be so careful about picking some of these heroes that are super.
Dire's turn to ban.
I even think he's one of the best lions, but against the Tusk, it always feels so scary to have that. You just go into the Medallion of Courage or the Solar Crest, and suddenly, you're a dead man walking a lot of the time. So you go into, I mean, the Mirana's not bad, but there's also the factor of, well, you picked Mirana in game one and the impact wasn't there, but that was because they didn't have setups for a lot of what they were trying to go for. And at least this time they have the magic missile, perhaps, be able to go for stuff.
Lion.
Pick
They
up
snag it.
themselves instead. Alright, not bad. Have we seen... I don't think we've seen too many smokes. Like, we've seen, of course, like 0-minute river fights.
10
But have we seen any ones that have been like a
seconds
full wraparound where, they look to try and engage? I feel like that's a big part of why we haven't, is because there's been a Tusk that hasn't been in the meta.
Yeah.
And he is easily the best, like, minute zero fighter in the entire game.
Yeah.
Maybe a Cobble.
No, we haven't seen really any of those long smoke wraparounds. We've seen a lot of the early game fights, but none of those in particular. Definitely could be the case this game. Polaris already have very good level 1 fighting potential. So they need some melee heroes right now. You got Venge, Queen of Pain. You're very squishy. Some team fights, some save, a little bit of minus armor. Probably going to look for their In Your Dream and Polis on connection here with the 16th, 17th. Clockwork.
Not bad.
Yeah, great way to deal with the Lion. Mars has got nowhere to get out of the cogs. Tusk can kind of play off the back of that, and they'll go for their second support. So leaving In Your Dream to last.
I'm just having my my fire snap cookie right now.
Understandable.
I had the props ready.
Snapfire's picked up. You got to go for it. I understand. So Polaris, they could go for max here if they want to. You're now convinced that the Queen of Pain's going to be mid, and they will. So with Quap picked up. Pretty good matchup versus the Queen of Pain. Of course, you can dodge with the phase shift, and the rest of Galaxy Racer's heroes, they have no way to deal with the puck at all. So this is quite the hero.
I'm heavily favoring Polaris' strat.
Yeah, same.
Like, very heavily, right? Multiple ways to catch out this Queen of Pain. Swap isn't even going to be that effective if you've got the Dream Coil component, of course. You're just swapping someone into damage. Sure, it's going to be reduced. Clockwork falls off a cliff. Then again, so does the Tusk. But, Snapfire is one of those heroes that... How are you supposed to contend against them? You don't have great mobility on a Snapfire, and I feel like you've got very good mobility with the items that you're wanting to be building on Puck, Lion, Tusk, and Mars. Honestly, I could see this be one of those games where every single hero on Polaris goes a Blink Dagger.
Big fan of that lifesteal ban. In Your Dream's been playing it a lot, and I think it's a great matchup versus the Mars against the Puck as well. So the Jug, you could kind of play into. I'm not a huge fan of the hero right now, but quite often, if you can't play the lifesteal, you think of the hero that plays very similar to him, and that's kind of the Juggernaut. So they want to go down that route.
And just for the purpose of my props, what about the Monkey King? It's not bad. Like, it gives you that extra stun lock that you need to be able to get onto the Puck and maybe have that burst potential.
It is not bad. I like it versus the Puck. The Mars matchup's good. You don't see your carry, but Monkey King's got pretty decent matchups. They don't have the greatest way to keep someone inside the Wukongs, which could be a bit of an issue. Cogs is, yeah, I mean, Clockwork. I feel like Clock wants to be prioritizing Cogs to hunt the Lion, though. So, as soon as I saw Snapfire and Queen of Pain, I was thinking about Faceless Void. The lane versus Mars, I'm not too much of a fan of, just because of the back of the constant damage over time with the God's Rebuke, and your Mars can go Orb of Venom, and Void doesn't like the little slow instances of damages, and it's probably a little bit slower. Another one to think of is the Ursa with the matchup versus the Puck. You don't care about Dream Coil. Mars is, you're very good against Mars, you get out of the arena. Matchup in the lane's good, but against the line, and it's very slow. Like, Galaxy Racer don't have a way to go late, and also hit towers is a bit of an issue.
I feel like if they weren't the Ursa, you kind of yourself to the fact that the Snapfire needs to get an axe, and we've seen how bad that can be when you like absolutely need this one item to have an impact. So it's going to be the Faceless Void.
I mean, King.
Yeah,
can 100% Wraith King.
Effectively.
He's a very good game.
And again, it's also a good Blink Dagger game for a Wraith King. You know, that's probably the one area that he would be lacking a little bit, you know, just having that mobility. But again, if you're able to jump in on top of the Snapfire or the Queen of Pain, there's not a ton of save right now. It's only the Vengeful Spirit, really.
You Tower Sieger.
I agree with you.
You need Tower Sieger. I want an Agi hero for the Venge. And Red King's also going to build pretty beefy, but it's not the Agi. Easy.
I'm totally on board with the Void. Like, you've got much less downtime with Mart and Puck when you compare it to Queen of Pain and Tidehunter. And, you know, Tusk, of course, has barely any downtime.
The Gyro, actually. We've seen it versus the Void. I'm thinking of maybe a range with the Tusk if you go that route, but I like the lane as much with Tusk because Gyro's a lot more farm orientated with the flak change, but it gives...
I'm good with Wraith King.
Yeah, I'm good with Wraith King as well. That is my #1 pick. I'm trying to think of anything else they'd like to give to Natsumi. I'm very, very happy with that. I wasn't the Wraith King in the second game. The reason why I'm a huge fan with it, it's the biggest counter do I want to say the biggest counter? I'd say one of top 3 counters to the Faceless Void carry-to-carry matchup. You drop Chrono, you trade the Reincarnation Life, you're more than happy with that. And they are all reliant on Galaxy Racer of a Sonic Wave, Autumn Kisses to blow up a hero inside that. And not only is it's that factor, look at the heroes you have on Polaris. You've got Arena, Spear, everyone's toolkit. I'm not even going to go through all the heroes. I'm just going to say literally all 4 heroes will enable a Wraith King to not get kited, as he was in the last game. It's good lane with the Tusk, gives you a way to take objectives. Like, it's just a beautiful pick, and it's a Natsumi hero. Like, I'm all Polaris. This is a beautiful drop.
5 seconds.
You've even technically got a little bit of a save as well with the Tusk if you're catching someone right on the edge of that Chronosphere as well with a Snowball. So there's a little bit of that save as well on top of everything. I agree with you. I'm all about this Polaris draft. It feels like the polar opposite of game number 2, to be honest, right? Like, how are Galaxy... Seems pretty damn difficult to me.
So the only way I see Voids win versus Wraith King is when you're an item ahead and you can kill Wraith King without having to use Chrono. That is the only way you win this matchup. If you drop Chrono to trade the life of the ultimate, again, you don't win that matchup. So in your dream, have an incredible game. I want to see them play the Void with Snapfire together, because that's a decent kill threat. and I think you need the melee with the Venge just to play
some of the damage.
yeah, and also like it makes it annoying for the tag team, just the mini stun with the battery assault. I think it's so important to have ranged melee combined.
The Wraith King, like he needs to probably be the last target in every single one of these team fights. Puck needs to be priority number one. They need to try and somehow chain lock it down. This is honestly an Orchid game though for Alacrity. You know, we've seen the Sange build have so much success, but I feel like you need to Orchid probably the Tusk. You know, if you can pick off Tusk super early on and then look to transition that into a Lion and then the Puck, then that's probably the best way for Galaxy Racer to come across. But again, they need to tick off because of how effective King is going to be this game, as well as the fact that, you know, let's say you go on the Orchid, Matt just builds a Yule Scepter, and then, you know, what do you care?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. So I think you need the Orchid. You're lacking control. You need to steamroll this game. I think the Orchid is very hit or miss, but in a game like this, you got to go big or you go home. And I mean, it's an elimination match. It's a perfect way to set ourselves up. You know, it's and Galaxy Racer is your back-to-back champions of the Pro Series. They got to go through Polaris. They had an incredible game 2. They have to have an even better game 3.
Who would have thought as well, like Polaris, they were in contention for being eliminated out of that group. They barely were able to scrape through. I think just getting one win above that.
10 people on the line.
Nika Dream, he's going to get a little bit of damage pumped in onto him here. Tag team skilled up just yet by Boomy to try and chase him down, and it means that he can't TP away considering he held all of those points. TP, just snowball onto you.
Do you feel like...
It means that they're not blocking up the lane. Nico's going to be able to get some nice body blocks off, so it's going to be in a pretty decent spot for Polaris. Sorry, what was that?
I was going to say, do you agree, or is the X factor for Galaxy Racer in this game?
I mean, he's going to have to be, you know, like, they need to somehow be able to get pickoffs on the back lines. You could say it's also Paulson a little bit, just to be able to consistently find out CML. It means that the burden isn't entirely on Alacrity's shoulders. You know, he can focus on the Tusk or the Puck instead. Hell, even just being able to hookshot the Tusk isn't too bad, right? And then you can just go for the Puck. You don't have quite as much mechanism for the save.
Yeah, the reason why I just bring up Alacrity, because I think the tempo, he needs to be one to set that through the early stages. Yeah. And if he's going Orchid, then especially, like, you are going to rely on snowballing like we saw Mac attempt to do in game 2 with his Quap. I mean, he really had a good performance on the Queen of Pain, apart from that, you know, the one death down by the bottom tier 3 tower. But it's also a stage where Galaxy Racer, like, you've got a very greedy Venge. Like, this is a hero who needs a lot of space, a lot of time, and this could work to the favor of Natsumi if he wants the Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy to... The Radiance is just going to be put up in return, and this time around, don't worry about. There's no Grimstroke to have to worry about, so you're all well and good to style build with, you know, Radiance burn.
We'll see if he considers the armlet just to maybe dissuade.
Look at where Mizu is now, by the way. He's
where's Mizu?
Just going on a little bit of a mission, dragging his 3 kids around.
I see is already this matchup. I mean, a double stun, not easy at all, but means they did also put, of course, Polaris with the Venture Spirit. Been a big fan of a melee body just for the Venge in the lane. We just see the aggression coming out from Neek and Boomy down bottom as Yocam getting some distance with the cookie. Give him enough time. Is he glitched for you? Is this going to be the whole game? Yocam. What am I looking at?
Fallen a little bit. I think he might have got God's rebuked while he was trying to jump or something like that.
What is this? Oh my god. Okay, I can't keep looking at that. How's it? What did Nico go? Ring of Protection. Did I guess anticipating Snapfire to maybe go Lil Shredder? Venge? Oh my lord. I believe the Ring of Protection was just the anticipation for the Lil Shredder and maybe the Blight Zone that they were looking to play the lane into.
Sure, but you know they haven't opted to go. They're just going into the Fire Snap Cookie. I mean, against the Tusk, it's needed, right? Like the Fire Snap Cookie, even just the Scatter Blast to be able to create that little bit of space if it is in your dream that gets gone on. So I have to consider use the cookie just to get away a little bit there. Need to consider the cooldown super early on. Like now, it's not going to be as big of a factor for in your dream, but. Level 1, that God's Rebuke is actually pretty effective against the Faceless Void because of how the cooldowns work, right? Like level 24 on the, 24 seconds on level 1 Time Walk, and only the 14 seconds on the Spear of Mars, and
again,
16
on
make
the jump. This time level 3 from Nico. Full placement in the shards as well. Gives no opportunity for Yokan to get out to safety. As the Mars will pick up first blood.
Should look to their bottom.
Gives him his phase boots as well, so he's going to be able to look to trade a lot more frequently within your dream as well. Needing to use those abilities, just looking at poke and prod. Mars, of course, one of those heroes. It always seems to be the newer ones in Dota that have the higher attack range as well. Mac's been really good in the mid lane as well, constantly making sure that he's saving his phase shift or the illusory orb, even if it's the tiniest distance. He's not able to use it. It's really a great way.
Breaking out, CML. Can he actually win the man fight with the help of Sumi tanking up some of the battery assault charges? A lot of resources will be expended.
Chased down a little bit here by the skeletons, and the time from the Wraith 5 is so annoying to have to deal with all of these at the same time. Also, he's getting a little bit keen, I would say. You don't have the healthier stage people, my friend.
Yeah, a bit too keen, some might say, and he's going to end up going down, although the battery assault's still minimizing it, but one creep stuck in the cogs will help Natsumi continue to steamroll to be an exceptional laning stage. How's this mid matchup continue here at the moment? 31-4 compared to the 32. Yeah, 30 on the bottom lane.
Yeah, what I was saying before.
Might not get that up. Yeah, we continue to show some high kill always with the Tusk. At least dodge the tag.
I like the fact that the top side. I like the fact that he's put 1 point into the time dilation here on In Your Dream, because Tusk's one of those heroes that you really do want to be using. A lot of the time you see 1 point in each of the three. This time around he's got 2 points in tag team just because of how effective it is to have the Mars with, of course, all of his slows and the stun. But, you know, time dilation, when you've got those 3 abilities on cooldown, it means that you're dealing a ton of damage back to Tusk.
See, I was just gonna say, like, maybe Galaxy Racer could bring Paulson down bot because of how aggressive Nico and Boomy have been, like, just to catch them off guard with this potential clockwork, which could pick up a big kill maybe on the Mars and further help In Your Dreams lane. But I think if you do that, then you really sacrifice the Venge.
I mean, maybe now you
bring
can
the Lackery down. He's got the ultimate if he needs to commit it. And he won't have an opportunity. So that is a big rotation which you get nothing out of. And
fairly even. I mean, the Wave side was in a pretty decent position. They've managed to be able to get this hard camp pulled into it, although, well, you might be able to get it going the other way now. Yep. It's going to be very hard for Paulson to leave his lane now that they've been able to manipulate the creeps like this.
Almost got those creeps. Did they mirror the movement from Mac? Yeah, he came down bot as well. It's like he tried to shove out mid instantly and join just in case a further fight broke out. So we've seen the reinforcements, or I should say the rotations from twos not working in their favor maybe until now. The curl dropped. We're surviving a decent amount of time, and it's not even going to eat the spear thanks to the play. And they'll turn it around as Boomy will end up dropping, and even some artillery coming through for the potential spirit. They'll drop the Chrono. He's got 3 points in the magic missile. He's going to use it for the later stages with the Chrono, so they make sure the stun lock is perfect to secure the kill.
Paulson launching the rocket flare from the other side of the map, just landing a little bit late. Nice use of the there actually. It's a dual use, protecting the mid tower, also soaking up a lot of those tower hits on the top side as Natsumi was stuck inside Polison's cogs. Nice rotation coming out there. You always want to just be able to drop that chronosphere on a high impact target whenever you can.
Instant snowball. What reactions from Boomy. Sonic Wave forward, but maybe they've stuck around for a little bit too long. Because if Nico want to prioritize with the spear, it'll be the Queen of Pain. And unfortunately for Mizu, it can turn back for the Venge and bring it down to the right side of the tower.
Very happy to get that. Very unhappy that the Korea actually ends up dying as well. Not sure how that was in a position to get punished, but needing to, or being able to use the Sonic Wave rather, trying to save it for a later day means that you take some potential. That's the longest spear I've ever seen in my life.
I was going to say, hang on, what's going on? That guy is just really in the Olympics right now. He's throwing spears from far away. CML's pretty close to 6, in fact. 2-1-0. There's KDA at the moment. He's been getting a lot of experience. If they can get him this ultimate, it might catch them off guard to burst through the void, but I feel like we might see In Your Dreams start to make a rotation through the jungle to get out of bottom.
He's done a pretty good job farming in this lane. Like, early laning stage against a Tusk is always very challenging. On net worth, but it's without any deaths. He's constantly been there getting the experience, so I don't think you could ask for too much more. He's really just waiting for that Mask of Madness to be able to transition through the jungle.
Yeah, I'd say he's done an exceptional job with where he's sitting. Thought that was going to be... Yokam came in clutch multiple times, especially to that near the Chronosphere fight. Yeah. Coil...
Just a drink coil. Let's see who Daddy Gaben is favoring this time at the 10-minute mark. Looks like the illusion, also the arcane room for a puck, is on the bottom side of the river.
Well, he's still got the Sonic Wave that he wants to utilize. He's also got In Your Dreams, swing on over, Chrono up in 10. Hook shot just shy as well, with the tip not connecting as Polaris have been able to readjust the position behind T1 tower, but Black, he doesn't give a damn about objectives. He's going to pounce further and further to drop the ultimate. Now, got to be cautious still how long you stick around. In Your Dream, with its Chrono at the ready. Maybe they don't have the damage right now, still without the Mortimer Kisses or without the Sonic Wave.
I think maybe you can make that play if you've got the Snapfire ultimate. Has anyone claimed the Tome of Knowledge yet on Galaxy Racer? It looks like they have. So he just ends up buying it up for himself. I think that's going to be key, just where they're looking to make this next play around. Have any siege creep still available for them? Well, the one that they did have was on the bottom side, but Natsumi, he's actually made the rotation down there with the armlet, and he's just going up the Radiance again. It will not be punished as hard at all as we saw last game.
Top, Mizu's in trouble. Instantly the Delta split is Boomy to the left, Mac to the right. You really don't want to drop the Chrono for Boomy. Like he won't be forced to with Mizu standing hand in hand with the rotation starting to come through. The spear connection. They don't get the coil break, but it looks like it's not going to matter because the control afterwards is still plentiful. And Boomy scurries himself to safety. Just a scatter blast. Backing he goes. Bruno playing with fire. That's all he needs. He's comfortable with the fire.
Able to get his way away. They protect the tower. Natsumi, he just takes away the entire Radiant jungle as well. He's even looking to rotate. No fear on this man at all. You might respect the CML though, making sure he crit the creep that he was penetrating. Alacrity at least able to obtain that room there. He's going a very different build on this campaign as that good shot landing onto CML. Not the big death available.
Relatively fast, but Alacrity still, again, a long-range jump behind the tower, but now with the rest of the heroes from Polaris starting to swing on over. They've only got 2 heroes at the moment, so they'll try and target Nats with the ultimate not leveled into now, with the artillery that's being laid from the backline. Boomer is going to try and deal with that one. They've dealt with 2, but what's it going to cost them? Because after the respawn, Nico also stuck inside the cogs, but you have Mac completely untouched. The Park able to lay through the damage from afar, almost even out the trade.
Fortunately, the play that they were looking for, the Chronosphere into the Mortimer's Kisses, didn't end up happening. It was still a pretty decent usage there from Joe Camp. commit his life was Boomy to try and stop that using the snowball. You're happy with how that team fight ended out. You cop the reincarnate being on cooldown if it means that NGX.SEA just continues to be well at the top of the net worth here.
I don't know if it's a good thing that you put me onto Boomo. Like, it's actually starting to get too natural. I feel like it's just the...
What about Boomer?
Ooh, I mean, what, you trying to get people on your side? I don't know.
Will not sit here and take this slam. I'm in my 20s, damn it.
What are you, 8 years older than me? That's enough.
Alright, we've got the Pink Dagger freshly picked up by Nico. He's looking to smoke up together with CML. Still haven't used the... looking to try and catch someone on the backlines. In your dream would be an ideal target, although he does have the infused raindrops. Might be enough to enable his survivability. He's walking around with agi treads though.
Radiant's
Yeah, that was close.
It switches back to this playing like...
Still sticking around, but Radiant... Ensure there's no... Who's that sentry? Oh, you hate to see it, man. Look how close that is.
It feels like the thing is called the left leg inside the sentry
It is,
range.
it looks like it is. Oh man, alright, who they caught? Let's go to the back line. Can the Snapfire combine together? Or is it beautiful support duo to find these pickups? But it's still 110 seconds cooldown on the ultimate is now behind the T1 tower. They'll kill the clockwork into the Rainbow Teepers though. Galaxy Racer not willing to give up any of the map control at the moment. TML is going to be cautious himself to swap back onto his own high ground. Cam has got so much physical damage with the max out little shredder, but still they're going to be cautious. There's Mizu, there's no race. Himo makes a blade. Still Alacrity can't even jump on forward, and now the Snapfire is also going to find his demise. It is on the opposite side of their territory, and Mac will look for the cleanup. Somehow, some way, the line stays alive.
Even able to get the bottle refill done as well, and this is all while, you know, you can understand the Dream wanting to be up on the top side, but he has spent so long hitting away at this tier 1 tower that they're going to be able to get this tier 1 mid, maybe even have the potential to rotate towards that top side if they did want to. See, they're even using the scan to make sure that Dream's not going to be the one focused down after all these aggressive attempts. Instead, they'll be happy to take Paulson's life.
But they will, accumulating a 5,000 net worth lead here for Polaris, and this is about to be Sacred Rally completed for Natsumi as well. Top of the net worth by about 2,500 compared to his counterpart in the Faceless Void, who finally gets that tower like you were saying, but In Your Dream really needs this Maelstrom to start to quicken up his farm.
Yeah, there definitely isn't the same level of farm expansion there when you compare it to the Wraith King, right? You're sustainable just through your own toolkit, you know? You've got that Mortal Strike for the bonus damage, you've got the Vampiric Spirit, which not only acts as lifesteal, but also the Skeletons, where, you know, he's been popping it wherever they've got vision, essentially, and using it to take the majority of the jungle. The other big factor is that it feels like Mizu has been very a lot of these team fights, which means he's only just over halfway towards the Aghanim Scepter at the 16.5.
Trouble, early break of the coil. He's got the assistance flying through for the back. He's actually going to drop the Chrono, the artillery flying up. Boomy getting in range, no. Thinks otherwise, but it's still this cost. This Paulson slithers that hoof gone through past the creeps. They still have to play around with the snowball, which is only just wasting the time here. That's all Boomy can hope for.
Signs of Ryan as well as a bit of a pickup there to observe a lot on the high ground, giving a good amount of value. So a little bit of hope coming through here for Galaxy Racer. I was really feeling not quite so keen about the draft, but that's the first time that they've been able to combo their ultimates together in a significant factor that nets them not only a support, actually 2 plus 4.
In Your Dream is now Maelstrom completed, but simultaneously we see Wraith King leave it untouched. 2-0-3 Natsumi. Flawless performance so far. After the camp, he should have the Radiance not completed. Mid lane, oh, it's a big arena. They'll try and prioritize down Mizu once again. Maybe the protection with heroes in the backline's enough. The huge Sonic Wave pushback will get the kill on the Tusk, but that'll be all they get. Meanwhile, by the top outposts, Bolson going for a solo kill, but he keeps instantly surrounded as even Natsumi wants to show up.
Even gets the observer wood freshly planted, dewatered there, so it's going to give them a lot of information around this Roche pit. So with the Radiants, they're looking to take the fight. They know that they bring this Chronosphere is on cooldown. Molotov Kiss is the closest one to being available, but probably going to fall down before even Thompson comes alive and is able to launch out that rocket flare.
Tusk doesn't have TP. Yeah, I was going to say, I think you need the Tusk to take that. Without him being up. Again, we can see, like, if you take one kill, then they probably go back into Roche. What, Kronos still cooldown for 45? Maybe they don't even care. Can they just go back in still with now him closing the... They've got very good vision in the vicinity.
And they're getting rid of all the Radiance vision as well.
Yeah, just go for it.
Is under attack.
Why not? Most of the time you would expect, you know, oh, but where's the medallion on this task? You know, you want to make sure that you can accelerate all these kills and get the Walrus Punch to max value. I mean, I really like this movie build because he's gone into the braces and the pick pole just to make himself as survivable as possible. It means that he can be walking through these teams and eventually being the get down Mr. President style of player where he's just going to be able to get off that snowball, save whoever he wants, and you can see he's already got the blink deck and shoot up after that.
Blink's going to be huge through the Kronos. Like you're saying, if anyone's on the outskirts, potentially jumping in, finding that snowball save. I've got to bring up as well that Alacrity has gone for the hood into the Chiron Sun. So not the Orchid build like we were saying. I wonder if this is really the Quap build. Because I had so much favoring it when I've seen Queen of Pains go for this, but we thought that you needed kind of the tempo controlling with the Orchid this game. But I feel like this is a lot. Again, Orchid's super hit or miss.
Max just spotted someone with the job there into the lane, so he's going to be a little bit more careful about where he's playing, unless he's going to try and get a bit of a around there. No, he's just going to retreat actually once the rocket flare hits in onto him. Here is cut behind.
Oh no! He didn't have his the secret shot fast enough to get the Agnes. This is such a late Ags from Mizu. I mean, it's going to be probably about 21 minutes.
Well, with a DD. Oh no.
Not what you want to see. I mean, what they commit. It was Arena. Finger? No, Finger's back up in 10.
He's got his Radiance turned off, so not wanting to reveal anything about their movements coming through. It's going to be Joe Cam. Going to be the one to cop the punch of the Force. I don't think you can look to turn around for this.
That's trick shot at least. They're still going to drop the coil. Me and Mac. Sue on the clockwork behind the tower. But this is two pickoffs. It's the Glyph will at least delay it, but I feel like you can stick around.
Skeleton's not respawning long enough to, fast enough to be able to protect the siege creep, but I think they totally can make it.
E10, swap back. Try to tell, I mean, he's got 2 lives to play with. Faces void, Hex is out, Dagon burst as well.
I don't want to be flying back either.
I mean, Illusion straight away afterwards, Alacrity going unscathed, but that's all you can really hope for here. And yeah, like you were saying, in fact, has 3 lives, so yeah, the down for seconds, but that is a fight that they don't get the T2 afterwards though.
They don't, but they do get the key kills, right? And even just the small things, Nico doing a great job there in that team fight, of course, getting the chain lockdown, but when Alacrity was trying to turn around, trying to get at least 1 kill onto the Tusk, just pops up the bulwark. And of course, when you're hitting with ranged attacks, there's a chance that it's going to redirect towards their shield. It did. He lucked out long enough to be able to get away. So some great team play coming out there from Polaris.
What are the signs back here for Galaxy Race? Are there any key items we're looking for? Maybe some level timings as well?
It could be rough, I'm telling you that. I mean, maybe the level 12 on the Snapfire, the increased burst through the Mortimer's Kisses. Like, I've got my wish. They're going to eventually end this game unless it ends in the next 5 minutes or so with 5 Blink Daggers on Polaris. Everyone's got one except for the Tusk, who's changing things up and going into the BKB first.
Oh, wow.
So, catch out these people. That's the big issue. You know, you need to catch Mac. Like, it feels like a big part of this team fight. I mean, just don't clump up on Polaris and I feel like you win this game, period. And you just stand behind Natsumi and let this insanely farmed Wraith King do the work.
And that's the question. You know, how can you force him to clump up? Okay, so that's going to be up to the clockwork as we see him come into play. Hook shot, drag back. Can he get the first blink away? Back up. No, we're not fast enough with the face. Now, Zumi also with the credit space from a lot of damage. It doesn't matter. Oh, they rip apart the face's void. Now they'll do with the clockwork as well. Alacrity next, but he can blink to safety. But Nico's got the use. So it cancels there. The incessant use of the sun control will bring him down. 3, the consequence of that fight.
Dire's middle tower is under
So
attack.
active, you know, like it feels like they didn't appreciate the one game too. Unfortunately, on Galaxy Racer, it was all around this higher level of activity. And you know, now even Natsumi, he's reached up onto his level 18. So even if you're looking to commit onto him, that reincarnate has a very low amount of downtime, only the 60 seconds. It is still a lot worse than it used to be, with 40-second downtime, which is a big part of the reason we don't see it as frequently anymore. But again, it's going to be just as effective into a faceless void as it ever has been.
And another one across the map. They're can't to fall. Thanks,
Zap.
boys. I'll come over with the boots of travel. Don't mind me. I'll take the kill. Maybe Mizu as well. If Nico wants to jump in and use. But I
I'm
mean,
looking to make things even more difficult. Like, look at what Mac's building into. Aeon Disc. I mean, it's the perfect item. The only way that they're going to be able to take you down is through this chain lockdown that seems to be happening a little bit too often for Mac's liking. 3 deaths, too many for me.
if you want to figure out perfect item, I say go for that 7100, maybe 6900 now. Get rid of the chrono potential. It's a lot of gold. You definitely won't do it, but maybe Ultra League. Okay, that stage. Yeah, like you're saying.
Maybe Mars will after his BKB. You never know.
I wouldn't hate that at all. We were speaking about that. The Faceless Void needs to be an item ahead of the rating where you can kill him without expending chrono. Well, rate 7,000 gold ahead. That's not the case this game. So how do you win this matchup? It's very bad on paper. You have to hope and pray that you get a 5-man chrono. Now to do that, you need the clockwork to force Polaris to tunnel vision to protect the hero, and then in your dream's gonna fly over the top. I don't know if I see that happening though.
Illusion.
Just don't stack. It's as simple as that. You know, just don't stack up. As long as there's a couple of people alive on the side, you're even fine to send the pop right?
I mean, that's a chrono used for the line.
Tied.
Yeah, you're down for 45. If it costs you a life, I'll tell you what, that's really not worth it. And yeah, it looks like it's a goner. Comes up to the high gun to attempt to TP it, but Max slaps him down. Polison the next on the agenda as well. And
was it lag? I'm hoping it was because lag.
well, it's a rough going here for the reigning champs.
Also,
Hope and pray.
my net worth was bugged for a little bit for whatever reason. I had to look to refresh it because it still said Wraith King only had 7,000 net worth, and I'm like, wait a second. What's going on here?
My last hits have been bugged at the start of the game. Like if I
think you just need to close and open it again.
Yeah, I did find out that was the solution. Thank you very much. I appreciate the late notice at the 25 minutes on the last game.
You never told me.
Well, you never obviously you knew. So me being the observer would have been nice, you know. That's okay. I worked it out myself. Thank you very much.
Bro, you're not my partner. You don't get to nag me about it.
Fucking don't give him a hook opportunity. You're up, man. Oh, we
Mizu. They get Mizu without 2 of their heroes.
Oh. Get the illusion. And they have so many stuns as well where it doesn't aim where Galaxy Racer can delay. You can't. I do not see how that you just play the delay game, rat it out without the side lanes. It's a rough one.
Well, hopefully it was the mic issue, if you're a Galaxy Racer fan, that was it's not going ideally. Not wanting to use the swap there was Mizu, and inadvertently giving away the fact that they had some high ground vision. So your information is going to shrink even further. They were able to get a nice deep observer ward up, and considering the fact that a lot of the game is being played on Galaxy Racer's side of the map. That's probably not going to get dewarded. Use of a smoke previously. Steep one there as well from Polaris, being able to spot out where In Your Dream's looking to move around. He's at least nearly finished up into this BKB, and heavily enable him to fight against the Puck in particular, who still hasn't gone into an Aghanim sector like that just yet.
Okay. I was going to say, hang on, they're coming over here. They did smoke up, and they saw him like the with the observer that you were highlighting, Spidey senses.
Even just doing these little aggro tricks to draw the creeps a couple of steps closer to the tower. That's how afraid he is constantly of being ganked. Right, he's got his BKB. They have the Solar Crest. They've got the level 2 Mortimer's Kiss.
I do not want to see them fight before Roshan's up. You've got clock to scout. I think you only take a fight when Rosh is up, or you take a fight at the pit, or when it's up to get a kill across the map, then go in. Because I feel like if you expend your ultimate and you only lose one on Dire, then they just instantly walk into Rosh. This has to be a huge fight.
Yeah.
This is pretty much their lives here with this smoke, I think.
Invisibility. Launches another rocket, it'll reveal the Rosh. And they've got the Invis as well on In Your Dream, wasn't spotted by any kind of vision. Alacrity, what did he just finish up? The Eternal Shroud could be pretty nice, you know, to be able to survive that little bit extra. He joined his team pretty damn quick, and he just TP'd to the bottom side of the map. You gotta get there, man.
This is it. I mean, this is it. A critical juncture we have in this series. Another smoke, but they're too late. Roach is gone. Age is shot.
But his fate was told.
Galaxy Racer might have to die along the higher gut of map.
Poor Mizu.
They jump in. We'll make sure Mizu gets no opportunity to retreat back to the grasping hand to the rest of the team. They were just trying to brace him and get him to the back line, but they're still sticking around with their observe ward advantage. But Boomy, recognizing this, is just puncturing up slightly teetering on the edge. Snowball off the nick of time, return with the BKB. Little ripped with the Snapfire. It's beautiful corner looking at multiple heroes, but where's the damage without the snap? They've got to rely on the faceless void. With the BKB after the close situation, now with the western side. Alacrity, the blink to safety, the tree line. Natsuma's going to look to turn. Mizu, he just pulled back here. Bench will need some assistance. He'll get a bit of Nico. What an arena. Blocking any escape avenue. They're all going to blink in forward as well, just surrounding Galaxy Racer. Both the heroes that brought back in the grave again.
Still got the Aegis. Still got the Reincarnate available on Natsumi. And he still hasn't even picked up the BKB for himself. I believe that is the... Is that the 5th Blink Dagger that we've now got available for the Tusk, or...
Is it coming out?
He might be a bit short.
He's only got 80 gold. He bought something, saying he just bought something?
No, it wasn't a Blink. He had like... Damn it, Boomy!
Come on, Boomo. Oh, up they go. No Coronas on cooldown. You know, they've got the Aegis. A big window here.
No, that's coming as well. Alacrity's going to do his best to try and protect this with the AoE Shadow Strike.
Yeah, you have to have every single hero for a defense like this. But they won't have Polo. Buyback, but 40 seconds on the deck. They've also been able to catch up the Queen of Pain. We'll see if the survivability is enough with his itemization for the stun lock again. The incessant use of this, just too much for the clock to handle. Alacrity will rejoin, but already the full set is claimed.
It just seems like the game went exactly like we were predicting, you know, the reverse of what happened last time. You don't have a way to fight outside of your big ultimates. Polaris have every single way possible, even just the use of the level 5 deck. Does
he really care? 3 lives to play with. It's a pretty big sonic wave, doing a lot of damage on the Wraith King. So they'll do with the reincarnation, but again, multiple lives here for the Wraith King. Another swap back, but still, this time he's got more assistance coming through for the team. A beautiful Areno, Nico. He's going to try and time walk forward, but he still doesn't have the on cooldown for the couple set. Alright, nobody kill off Mac. Workshop from downtown as well, so will secure a secondary kill. They're looking to pursue more. Emo, the next on the chopping block. Then up. The urn consistently ticking over. NGX.SEA will somehow mount a defense. Yes, they blocked the full set top and also the range racks, but some signs of life without the chrono.
Able to give them even the smallest window. Let's remember, they haven't taken a tier 1 mid. That's behind Galaxy.SEA right now. The optimist in me could say, well, that means there's a whole lot of net worth available on the map for them to close this 24k net worth lead. But, you know, at the end of the day, you've got to try and make a play happen. They did. They were able to get something. Still the Chronosphere. It still feels though that with this Aegis having about a minute left on its duration, you're going to have the full roster of Polaris ready to fight again.
What do you reckon the probability is if you haven't taken a look at it in a while?
I have not. I'm going to say 95.
Wait, who are they calling? Alacrity?
No.
Sneaky got Blink. He does. Speed's up available as well. Oh, great hit from Polaris on that is... He can't feed away any lives, especially the fact that Alacrity bought back previously.
I mean, the man's going into a Shiva's guard. BKB. Am I missing something?
He got a lot of survivability with Kyron's Eternal Shroud. It's, I mean, I just saw him heal up off the dagger from like 700. It's ridiculous. Back, he's everywhere, man. This Puck's even got the Aghanim shot.
Creatures.
This one do, I forgot.
Knocks him back, so it's a way to break your own coils. Don't even need no stink inside. Kick headband.
Inside the base, no extra follow-up. So they don't have the Aegis for the siege. We saw what could happen previously from Mizu. Stuck deeper inside the base to deal with him instantly without committing. The Skelly's to pretty work Mizu. Just feel sacrificed his life.
Had the corrupted. He ended up amplifying the damage from the last. So even though the skeletons didn't kill you, the spell did. Well, that's on level 25 on Natsumi as well. So it feels like, how the hell are you going to fight into this?
Auto strike cooldown down to 2 now. Another jump in and make sure there's no Mizu for the fight. Maybe no Void as well. To kite. Stun lock into the objectives. 2 for it's a barracks now. There's no tier 2. The left standing in between Polaris. You need the clock, and you need all 5 heroes. It doesn't matter. Not just the clock. You need some way to force Polaris to tunnel vision to protect someone.
That's not just the swap and the 2 lives on the Venge, it's just having that Vengeance aura available, having the extra minus armor through from the Wave of Terror. So with him on the downside, it just goes to show why they have such importance of even taking out that Venge illusion.
They're trying to find someone through the trees. I mean, Boomy was actually further to the eastern side. Still trying to find him, but 26,000. I mean, we've seen Galaxy.SEA come back from like a insurmountable deficit.
It was with a Darkseer though, right? And that's one of the best heroes of being able to turn a game around entirely. Also seeing Galaxy.SEA being in a very, very winning position and lose the game. So, you know, it goes both ways. I feel like they had a much stronger draft to be able to do it at that time around though. Joey came just to try and get this lane pushed out as much as he can. Not even able to around. It's now Cookie. Blink away. That's right, Nico was lurking there in the shadows.
Real like guy to pick up a net. I feel like they've had disadvantage for such a long time. Just completely suck. I feel like there should be no reason why Radiant got any vision. Natsumi's going to make sure there's no reason for Pulsar to keep his... Oh, he was a little bit miscommunicated. Some thanks to damage mitigation will get out to safety. The Finger of Death not enough. The Hex on the backline as well, but still they're going to be cautious. Very split at the moment. And early use of the Mortimer Kisses without the Chrono. Still they'll get the last second. They'll cut out multiple heroes, but now with the backline as well. Nico, a beautiful arena. Make sure there's no extra damage inside the Chronosphere. It's locked onto the Queen of Pain. No buyback for Alacrity, and Natsumi with the double damage. Looking to put more heroes in the grave. A Clockwork will be the next target, and Nico's even going to follow up with secondary support as well. 3 down, no buyback, and it feels like the tournament alliance for the reigning champions are now done and dusted. As Polaris Esports, the XR Droid, the incredible series to be able to take it in 3 games. Oh, that's some salt in the balloon.
This and sure, you know, you went for the second pick on the Queen of Pain. Of course, didn't turn out anywhere near like he was. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to get the value out of that Sonic Wave. So, big congrats have to be given over to Polaris. You know, 35k net worth lead at the end. They're trying to do their best to try and bait out every little thing. But Mizu, he's just going to run to his death another time.
Clocks up surely, but you see, Natsumi, Nico's even taunting on the side. I know this is over. More tips coming out, this time for Nico. Imogen will make one last attempt, but you see, that's really nothing. A fruitless one at that. As finally the G's are dropped and the reigning champions have to be our 6th team eliminated from the BTS Pro Series Season 8.